Good afternoon, everyone. Now opening the January 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. We will now take public comment on closed session agenda items only. I'm going to allow 90 seconds each for public comment, and I'm going to limit the total public comment on closed session to 20 minutes. I'm going to call 3 names at a time so that you know when your turn is coming up. First, we will have Ricardo Mora, followed by Dan Bartholomew, followed by Dennis McCurt. So Ricardo, if you're here, you are first. Either of our microphones behind you, the podium's behind you. You have 90 seconds, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Ricardo Mora. I'm a LC Allen alumni and was a student of Mr. Petty, who, I think most of us, if not all of us, are here to discuss today. Superintendent Dr. Morales, board members Medina, Maneri, Jenkins, McNally, De La Torre, Kirby, and Caskin. Thank you guys very much for reading the letter I sent you guys. I know some of you guys had the time to respond. Thank you very much. So I'm just here to speak on behalf of Petty, not just as a teacher, a coach, a role model, but as somebody who has profoundly changed the course of my life. Growing up, I struggled to stay on the right path. It was easy to make the wrong decisions, and at times I felt lost. But then I met Mr. Petty, and he didn't just see a student, he saw potential in me. He didn't just see me as a student, he kept me accountable, out of trouble, and when I was at a crossroads, his disbelief in me wasn't just words, it was action. He showed me that I was capable of more than I ever thought it possible. Mr. Petty inspired me to pursue a path I never imagined for myself. He encouraged me to serve my country, which led me to join the military, a decision that gave me a purpose, discipline, and a sense of pride. Even after that, he continued.
Your time is up. Thank you for sharing. Next, we have Dan Bartholomew, followed by Dennis McCurt, followed by Chris Loringer. Dan, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Bartholomew, and I'm a teacher at LC Allen High School. I've worked with Mr. Petty for 20-something, maybe 25 years now. And I've coached football with him for 10 years, and I coached rugby with him for 20 years. Mr. Petty has done so much for so many students. You've heard him over and over again, how he has changed lives. He's helped people go from a life of potential crime, injury, death, you name it, he's helped them, and he's brought them into a productive member of our society. But he's also taught us, he taught me the number one thing to be in a teacher is to inspire young men. I don't want to just teach them. I want these young men here to be proud parents and fathers and husbands and people of our community that I want next to me when I need them. I could almost point to an individual here and I know they've got my back because Mr. Petty taught us that. He taught me, he taught them. And if you have any ideas about letting him go or any way to stop him from leaving, you would be making a huge mistake if you didn't. If your decisions are based on political agendas, if your decisions are based on staff numbers, if your decisions are based on anything but our children in this community, you're making a mistake. Our children need Mr. Petty. We need Mr. Petty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dennis McCurt, followed by Chris Loringer, followed by Joe McDivitt.
Thank you. I'm Dennis McCarter. I'm a 99 alumni of LC Allen, also the owner and winemaker of McCarter Cellars, and a judo instructor at the Community Feeling Center. I met Petty in high school doing his international relations class. He encouraged me to do rugby, and when I couldn't afford the cleats, he actually intervened and bought me cleats to make it possible. Coach Petty taught me discipline, taught me accountability, taught me the meaning of sacrifice, and to lead by example. During my time at LC Allen, I've seen him heavily involved in Roseland and encouraged many people to turn around when they were about to drop out of school. And he's a hidden hero. He's not very bravado about it, but we need more folks like him in this community. So all I ask you guys is to give this man his job back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Loringer, followed by Joe McDivitt, followed by Tina Yang.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Chris Loringer. I'm a Chief Warrant Officer in the United States Army with 21 years of service, including 16 years as a Green Beret in Special Forces. I've led soldiers through 10 combat deployments, earned an MBA with honors, and completed Ranger School at 40. But none of this would have been possible without the foundation of leadership, resilience, and discipline instilled in me by Mr. Alan Petty, my teacher, my coach, my mentor, and lifelong inspiration. Alan Petty didn't just teach, he transformed. At 15, I was a founding member of the LC Allen Lobos rugby team. Mr. Petty challenged me and my teammates to grow through blood, sweat, and tears and hard work. He created an environment that demanded greatness, a place where accountability, selfless service, and perseverance weren't just lessons, but a way of life. It shaped me into the soldier, leader, and man that I am today. Alan's reach extends far beyond me. For over 30 years, he has been a lifeline to students, many from undeserved communities in Southwest Santa Rosa. He didn't just coach sports. He gave young people hope, direction, and belief in themselves when no one else would. He has created leaders, teachers, public servants, and countless others who owe their success to his unwavering commitment, many of whom stand before you today. Now the district stands at a crossroads. At a time when we desperately need strong educators and role models, this community cannot afford to lose a man of Alan's caliber. Dismissing him not only tarnishes the reputation of a man who has selflessly served his community, but it robs future students of a mentor who changes lives. I am proof that Alan Petty creates. I would not be standing here today without his guidance and his leadership, and I'm just one of many. I urge you,
Thank
no,
you.
I
Your
implore
time
you
is up.
to do what is right.
Thank you. Next we have Joe McDivitt, followed by Tina Yang, followed by Tony Ruiz.
Hi, board. Thank you for tonight. My name is Joe McDivitt. I've been an educator in Santa Rosa City Schools for 11 years. I'm currently at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. I taught at the Art Quest program. I have taught in San Francisco, East and West Oakland, Vallejo, Napa, and now back in Santa Rosa where I grew up. I've known Petty for 30 years. He was my mentor, my teacher, my coach. He single-handedly got me into Berkeley. And what he is, so much more than that, was a safe haven for me. There was a time in my early 20s when I was at Berkeley and I was struggling in a low place. I was working full-time. I was taking on a full course load. My father at the time was terminally ill. I was just doing a lot, and at the time I was in the process of coming out, which to say I was in a low place is an understatement. Because of all of this, I failed out of Berkeley for about a year, and I came home and talked to Petty, and the first thing he said to me, knowing way before I did, was, "Joe, I just want you to be yourself. I love you for you." This was a time when I was afraid to come out to my parents, when I was afraid to come out to anybody in my life. I never even had to come out to Petty. He always knew, and I knew then, and it started the process and the catalyst for me. There's so many countless students on that campus and in the future that are gonna be at a loss without him. He's the fabric of our community, and I implore you to reinstate him, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tina Yang, followed by Tony Ruiz, followed by Terry Curtis. Go ahead.
Superintendent, Board of Trustees, HR personnel, why are you here today? Will you serve Santa Rosa City Schools for just a few more years, just enough to add to your resume? Or will you commit like Mr. Alan Petty, who's devoted 30 years to shaping students and this community? Mr. Petty has been more than a teacher. He's a mentor, coach, and role model, leaving a lasting impact beyond the classroom. Before teaching, he served as a Marine, bringing direction, resilience, and service to our schools. His dedication to excellence extends to both students and the community. Now, I ask you, will you honor this legacy of service or allow it to fade? Losing Mr. Petty would be a grave loss, not just to the district, but to every student and all of Sonoma County. Superintendent, Board of Trustees, HR personnel, his legacy deserves to be continued. Will you be remembered for destroying it, or will you be remembered for ensuring it thrives for generations to come? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Ruiz, followed by Terry Curtis, followed by Mark Sharpio.
Good evening. My name is Tony Ruiz. I served in the military, currently still enrolled in school, and I have been a student, player, and one of those people who have been inspired by Mr. Petty. For me, he was definitely the catalyst in my life. When I was going through school, I had no direction. I had nowhere to go. I didn't think about doing anything other than just being at home and getting a job at some retail store, but Petty saw potential in me. He took me out to events. He drove me to wherever I needed to go, whether it was for games or back home from school. It didn't matter to him. He treated me similarly to a son. It really made a difference in my life because he saw potential in me that my own family really didn't have visual of. And because of him, I left home, joined the military, served my country, came back. Now I'm working on my degree to be a radiologist and all of that just because he saw something in me that nobody else really did. And, you know, for me, that's one person that I know will see a lot more in others than some random teacher you pick up now off the streets. He's dedicated his life to this. This is his craft, and he's one of the best. Please reinstate him. We need him. People like him are what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terry Curtis, followed by Mark Sharpio, followed by Mario Vasquez.
Hi, my name is Terry Curtis. I'd like to introduce myself a little bit so that you have a reason to understand why I'm taking up your time today. I'm a product of Santa Rosa City Schools. Started in 1950, graduated Montgomery High School in 1962, went off to college and then law school at the University of Chicago and came back to teach at Santa Rosa JC for 14 years, and also came back to start a rugby club in Santa Rosa. There had not been one. I know a little about education then, and I know a little more about education. I went from Santa Rosa up to Chico State, where I taught for another 30 years and spent the last 2 of them as the Associate Dean of the College of Education. With all that experience in both rugby, and I know Mr. Petty very well, and in education, I would encourage you not to allow this to be a binary decision. When a student complains that he has been misused or abused, we have to take that seriously. But when a faculty member encourages this much honor and love, we have to take that seriously too. You have to find a way to make sure that both concerns are cared for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Sharpio, followed by Mario Vasquez, followed by Linda Maloney.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Sharpio. I'm the department chair, the history department chair at Elsie Allen High School. And as many people here would agree with me, Alan Petty needs to be back in the classroom right now. I hear what all the people were saying. I listened to the meeting last week. I know that there's been a number of letters that have been written and whatnot, and I'm not going to repeat that because I agree with them and I also know them to be true. And I believe that you know also. I would encourage you to do the right thing and get Mr. Petty back into the classroom. I hope that you have the fairness, integrity, and justice to make the correct decision here. And then the other part I wanted to bring up that I don't think anybody else has is at a time when our district is very resource challenged, it seems to me that we should not be shedding resources, but trying to use them very, very wisely. And I think having Alan Petty in the classroom is definitely a plus for the district and its students, and shoot, my department as well. In addition to that, not having Mr. Petty in the classroom, we're paying somebody to be a substitute teacher in there, and 2 teachers are also getting paid to write lessons and grade the work. I know it's not going to solve a multi-million-dollar deficit, but anything's going to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mario Vasquez, followed by Linda Maloney, followed by Chris Adelario.
Good afternoon. My name is Mauro Vasquez. I'm a local business owner, definitely very involved in local nonprofits that serve the youth that need help, assistance, heavily involved in that. I think in the experience of the last 10 years that I've had serving our community, I've learned a lot of that skill set through my school years of being a alumni to LC Allen. And Alan Petty taught us, I'm just here as another example, as many of you guys here, the core principal values of serving our community with integrity. And I'm just another example of his product. So like the second gentleman prior to Shapiro here, Mr. Sharpio spoke, is as many more examples, we have to continue to allow Mr. Petty to come back to the school district and continue to do what he does best. It would be pretty harsh to lose some, considering how much of an example, how much of a youth he has, in essence, changed their lives. So I'm just here to advocate on his behalf. I hope you guys would consider that. I serve CHOPS, I serve Boys and Girls Club, and I'm just one of many examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Maloney, followed by Chris Adelario, followed by Bo Bergstrom.
Hello, my name is Linda Maloney, and I've been a resident of this county for nearly 40 years. I'm a full-time faculty member at the Santa Rosa Junior College and teach child development. My husband, Joe, is a coach, a science and math and construction teacher at Amorosa Academy, and we have 4 adult sons who attended Anley High School and were athletes, and 3 of the 4 played rugby at LC Allen High School. We first met Alan in 2002 when one of our sons was a freshman in high school. At the time, he was a football player and quarterback at Anley, but begged us to play rugby at LC due to the remarkable program Alan had built. In time, our son wore us down, and in retrospect, we're glad he did. Knowing Alan Petty was one of the highlights of our lives. He models discipline and morality and builds skills on the rugby pitch that impact athletes in school, career, and also their family. Alan has worked, taught, and coached some of the most underserved students in our county. His commitment to these kids is unmatched by any other teacher or coach I have met. Alan attended UC Berkeley, where he played rugby at the highest college level. Cal has won more national championships than any other program in the United States. Coach Petty's work with these athletes inspires them to reach goals that would otherwise be pipe dreams without his influence and connections. On another note, Petty keeps in touch with his former players. He has officiated more weddings than anyone I know. Alan has provided stability and inspiration to hundreds of our youth in a society where many fathers are absent. I just
Thank you.
want to
Your
support
time is
him.
up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Adelario and then Bo Bergstrom, and then we will probably be at our 20-minute limit at that point.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Chris Atilano, and I don't really speak much. I'm a very quiet kid, but today I want to be heard. Alan Petty was a very respectful man when I first met him, and he helped me out a lot. When I first joined high school or got into high school, I didn't know what I was going to do with my life, to be honest. Freshman year, I wasn't a very smart kid. You know, I didn't really make smart decisions. And when I met him and joined rugby, it switched my life. I started going to class. I was very disciplined after. And in rugby, he showed me how to actually be a member of society. He really did discipline me and show me how to be respectful and show me how to just be me. When I talked to him, I felt comfortable enough to talk to him about my situation at home, not at home, at school. He was my teacher as well. He's a very good man. He taught me a lot. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I'd be in life. Right now, I really want you guys to really think about your decision because he's helped a lot of us, me, a lot of rugby students, a lot of LC Allen kids. And I think there's a really big opinion on him. And it's
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Bo Bergstrom, and that will be our final public comment.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Bo Bergstrom. I'm a 1998 LC Allen alumni. I could talk about Allen, but I'm going to talk a little more about me. I've been coaching for 10 years with Allen, and I've seen what he does with these kids day in and day out. Now that he's not with us, I'm the head coach. And I can promise you that I'm a poor substitute for Mr. Petty. I will not be driving the kids to college campuses during the summer when our rugby season is off to give them tours of college campuses. I do not have the patience, I do not have the time, and I don't have that skill set. Mr. Petty does have that skill set. Right now I have a 16-year-old player at LC Allen. He's a junior in high school. I know he's smoking weed. I'm not on campus with him every day to try to get him to do something better with his life. I've spoken with them. My coaches have spoken with them. His players have spoken with them. This young man is not coming out to practice. I know Mr. Petty could talk to this guy and we'll probably get him out, but he can't if he's not on campus. And that's what we're here for. That's what we've been doing for 20-something years when I played rugby, when my brother played rugby, my son played rugby. It's important to us, but it's helped make us men better fathers, better parents, better husbands, better brothers, better sons. And lastly, can everyone who is here to support Mr. Petty please stand up to show the board what this means to us?
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came out. I want to apologize to those of you that aren't able to comment. We do have a full agenda that we need to get through. Thank you, everyone. The board will now recess to close session. All right, now opening the January 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for a territorial land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you. You may all be seated. All right, moving on to report of actions taken in closed session. No actions were taken. Items considered in closed session for action in open session, there are none. Statements of abstention. Do we have any statements of abstention? Seeing none, are there any adjustments to the agenda? Trustee Medina?
I'd like to pull G9 and I think that's it.
All right, we will pull item G9. Any other adjustments? All right, then we will move on to our special presentations for students and staff members of the month. We are welcoming Cesar Chavez Language Academy and Elsie Allen High School. I believe we have Principal Diaz from CCLA to start us off.
Good evening. I am Aida Diaz, principal of Cesar Chavez Language Academy. Thank you for having us. I am proud to present Yuvia Vega Munoz as Cesar Chavez Language Academy Student of the Year. Yes. She is truly an exceptional student who exemplifies the qualities we strive for in all our learners: leadership, responsibility, kindness, and strong commitment to both her academic and extracurricular pursuits. Yuvia has had a wonderful experience at our school since she started in kindergarten. She has had built positive relationships with both staff and students. Her academic strengths are in math and English, where she consistently excels. She has a passion for writing, especially realistic fiction, and enjoys crafting stories and developing characters. As a natural leader, Yuvia serves as the student body treasurer, a role she takes on with great responsibility. She enjoys handling finances, counting and organizing, and takes interest in selling items. Beyond her academic and leadership roles, Yuvia is deeply committed to helping others. She has been involved in Taekwondo since the age of 5 and currently holds a black belt. She takes pride in teaching younger students, ages 4 to 9, guiding them with her lessons she has learned throughout her own journey. Her desire is to teach the students how to avoid the mistakes she made along the way, and she genuinely enjoys helping others. In addition to her Taekwondo accomplishments, Yuvia has been dedicated member of Baile Folclórico since she was 6 years old, learning and performing traditional Mexican dances from different regions. She is also an accomplished violinist, having been part of the LBC Mariachi group for the past 3 years. Yuvia is also learning a third language, Korean. She hopes to one day visit Korea to partake in Taekwondo there. In 6th grade, Yuvia received the Rocio Munoz Award for her kindness, respect, and responsibility, qualities she continues to exemplify each day. She is a strong advocate for others, always speaking up when she witnesses bullying and offering support to her peers. Yuvia is a wonderful example of what it means to be a leader and a compassionate individual. She consistently demonstrates excellence in everything she does, and it is with great pride that we recognize her as our Student of the Year. And thank you, parents, for sharing her with us. Let me go get you your flowers. Please. Come here, Mom. Ven, ven. It is my pleasure to introduce as our Classified Employee of the Year, Anel Leon Badillo. Yes. Anel has been working as our middle school registrar for many years. Anel Leon Badillo is often the first person our parents and students meet as they register as an incoming student of Cesar Chavez Language Academy. She is tasked with the management of student records. However, it does much more, holding space for parents and students to unload their stories and identify resources to support our families walking through our doors. Furthermore, Anel communicates with the counseling team with any information that they will need in order for the students to feel welcome at our Cesar Chavez community. Anel goes above and beyond from managing and record keeping. She is often the first person to offer assistance during orientation days in July, back to school nights in September, and during our lottery in December. Throughout the years, the administrative team has had the privilege to pick up students in the morning or drop them off after school for various reasons. Anel has accompanied us in the car and fostered a relationship by seeing the students for who they are and always encouraging students to try their best. In our most recent adventure, we have walked to school with one of our youngest students, and she has sung, counted, and ensured the safety of school arrival for the student. It is an honor to have her company during these times, and she does it with grace and happiness. When there is a personnel absence in the office, she's always willing to help. Throughout her tenure, Anel has embodied the Cesar Chavez Language Academy vision by fostering creative, honest, and kind citizens of the community and the world. In all of interactions with the staff, parents, and students, Cesar Chavez Language Academy is a better place with her and all her support. Ya me dijeron que no me acerca tanto. Okay, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our Certificated Employee of the Year, Leah Teveseo. Leah has been in education for 12 years. She is an exceptional educator who consistently demonstrates an unwavering commitment to both students and colleagues. She is known for her willingness to support others. She is always ready to lend a hand, offer advice, or collaborate with fellow teachers to ensure everyone succeeds. Her caring nature extends to all students, creating a nurturing and inclusive environment where each individual feels valued and supported, with high standards for both academic excellence and personal growth. She challenges students to reach their fullest potential while providing the encouragement and the resources needed for success. Her classroom is a place of opportunity where every student is empowered to thrive and every challenge is met with determination and guidance. Leah exemplifies leadership, compassion, and dedication in everything she does. Leah is deeply committed to the power of bilingual education. As a natural leader, she works tirelessly to ensure that CCLA offers the highest quality dual language education to all of our students. Her dedication is evident in her daily collaboration with staff and her constant reflection on best practices to enhance student learning. It is such an honor to work alongside her every day. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your hard work and dedication to all of our CCLA community.
Excuse me, everyone. I have to briefly stop the meeting to ask that we clear the aisles. The fire marshal is asking that we clear the aisles. There needs to be space for people to move through the aisles. That includes the top. There is a speaker outside. There's a speaker outside. You can still hear from outdoors. We cannot continue the meeting until the aisles are clear. Those gates are locked. We don't have the keys. Stairs need to be clear. So the stairs on the side need to be clear. The back needs to be clear. People need to be able to move through. All right, all right. The stairway does need to be clear. And the fire marshal walk through and give specific direction. You can use this microphone.
What if they know that a few people will be leaving?
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Owenthal, the city's fire marshal. So there were some concerns that were called in by just based on the number of people within the chambers. So we do have an occupant load. Typically, we allow people to be up against the railing at a maximum, and sometimes up against the back wall. But the sheer number of people that are up in the upper area, we just can't have you in here right now. Our concern is really for your safety. If something was to happen in here, the ability to get everybody out of here is just it's not feasible right now. We've actually not seen this many people in the chamber, and we can't continue the meeting until we start to clear some people out. I know that a lot of people are probably here for item number D7, the school closures. And so we totally support that and want people to have their voices. We're not trying to keep you from using your voice, but we just need to ask that people wait outside until that item gets here and you're called to speak. So we won't be able to restart the meeting until we get the upper area completely cleared out, with the exception of people up against the railing or up against the back wall where the window is. But we cannot have the sheer number of people in here.
Paul, how about the people on the stairs right here?
Yeah, we also can't have anybody sitting on stairs. So you either need to be in a assigned seat up against the railing or against the back window wall. Everybody else has to leave the building, please. And we do have, the system is set up so that you can hear everything that's taking place from the courtyard. Back on?
Yeah.
All right, I also understand that there's people that are here. Can you guys listen up for a second? I understand there's people that are here listed for this particular presentation. So when people leave, we'll be able to let people back in. So we'll kind of do the one in, one out thing right now, but we respect that people want to be here for the presentation. I want people to be able to listen to the meeting. We got to start clearing people out of here for your safety.
Thank you, Montgomery. I
Thank you,
appreciate
those
that.
of you that are moving out. We do hear your comments about needing a larger venue. We are in the process of locating and selecting a larger venue at the very least for our February 19th meeting, and we can discuss using it for our February 5th meeting as well. Thank you to those of you that are moving out. Yes, I believe if you are up against the rail or against the back wall, you're fine. We just can't have any additional layers between that. Is the fire marshal still here? Where'd he go?
He stepped outside for just a moment, but he'll be right back.
Okay, I will wait for his all clear. So once again, we need everyone to move off the stairs. And we can only have a single layer in the back up against the railing and a single layer against the wall. No one in between those two layers. And I see there are some seats that have opened up. If you have a seat, if you could possibly scoot in to make room for others. There are a few seats on my right, your left.
So thank you, everybody so far that's heeded the request. We still need to get people out from in front of the doors. People that are blocking the stairwells, the exit doors, please get off the stairs, out of the front doors. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go do a quick walk and.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get the meeting going. What we're gonna do is we're gonna keep walking to make sure that people are either up against the railing or up against the wall. We'll keep things, excuse me. We'll keep things as clear as we can, but we're not gonna let any more people in. It'll be one person in, one person out. So I appreciate everybody's cooperation again. We're not trying to be difficult. We're just trying to make it safe for you guys to be here. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much to those of you that moved outside. Thank you to the fire marshal for keeping us safe, and thank you everyone for your patience. We now have Principal Alvera from Elsie Allen High School.
Thank you. Thank you, Board President McNally. Yes, my name is Gabriela Lovera, the principal of LCL High School. And it is my honor to be recognized, to recognize students and staff at LC Allen High School. And I'd like to start off, LC Allen High School would like to recognize Michael Bernardin as our Student of the Month, right next to me. You all might have seen him out there with the band. Very proud. Michael's an amazing young man. Michael enrolled with us at LC Allen High School last year, coming from beautiful Haiti. Despite the short amount of time that Michael has been with us, he has found his way and created his own path to be not only a scholar, but a true leader on our campus. At school, Michael has demonstrated solid leadership skills, bringing in fresh ideas and perspectives. He has shared his creativity as a member of our dance program, where he performs with confidence, great enthusiasm, and amazing dance skills. He has supported the younger students by being a role model and motivating other male students to join dance. Michael has also been a participant in a Ballet Folklorico club, fashion club, Lobo band, and this year he joined the wrestling team. Michael took the initiative to connect with students and staff about starting a fashion club, and boom, just like that, LC Allen High School had a fashion club. It was born. The club has already had donations of sewing machines and materials, all due to Michael's leadership. Of course, Michael, in my opinion, is a superhero. He's fluent in Haitian Creole, French, of course, English, and now he's learning Spanish. Michael stated that as a young boy, he learned English from his mother as well as watching TV. He's a big fan of Pretty Little Liars. He said he learned English through that. All of this is amazing, but what really sets Michael aside from everyone else is that he's also humble and a thoughtful young man who is determined to succeed and thinks and cares of others. Michael has two passions, fashion and nature. So he would like to pursue either a career in fashion design or be hired, and he said this, not me, as a full-time steward for Lampath. I don't know if Lampath is in the house, I'm just saying. Michael would like to thank his teachers at LC Allen High School, but especially Mr. Carbo for believing in him and pushing him to be his best. I personally would like to thank Michael's mom, Miss Marlene, for bringing Michael to LC Allen High School. We are a better community because of Michael's presence and leadership. LC Allen High School is honored to present Michael Bernardin as our Student of the Month. LC Allen High School would now like to, Angie Nunez. Again, LC Allen High School would like to recognize Angelica Angie Nunez as our classified staff member of the year. Angie is a wonderful human being that started working as a student safety advisor at LC Allen High School in the spring of 2024. Although she only has one technically year under her belt, she's no stranger to LC Allen High School, as she has had 3 of her children who were Lobos. Angie was our school site council for several years, and then came the opportunity to do more for LC Allen High School. And she decided to apply to be a student safety advisor. And how lucky were we when she accepted the position when it was offered to her. There are many things that Angie could be doing professionally, but she chose to be a caring adult on our campus. As a student safety advisor, you need to build relationships with students so that they can trust you, and that characteristic is something that Angie has in abundance. She has connected with students in so many ways that students view her as a mother figure coming to her for personal concerns, or just to get an ear just to have an ear to hear our students out. She sits in on many of the administrators' discussions with students. She helps translate with students and parents. Her empathetic nature comes out organically. She is not fake, and the students know it. She is supportive, establishes expectations, and is consistent with her performance and her expectations from students. I don't have to tell you that the student safety advisor position comes with little recognition, so I would like to also thank all of the student safety advisors out there because it is an important role. Yeah, absolutely. Angie has literally saved lives. A couple of months ago, we had a very traumatic situation on our campus. One of our students had a seizure in class that caught students and staff off guard. The student had stopped breathing and was not, he had stopped breathing. A student came out of the classroom and found Angie outside of the classroom, and Angie went into the classroom and instantaneously jumped into action. She began to do CPR and started chest compressions. We are lucky to have called 911 quickly, and by the time the paramedics got into the classroom, the student had already began to breathe on his own. The paramedics praised Angie for her quick action and acknowledged that the fact that if Angie had not addressed the situation, things could have been much worse for our student. That is who Angie is. She represents the nurturing and caring qualities of a mother on campus. It is for those reasons that LC Allen High School would like to recognize Angie Nunez for Classified Staff Member of the Year. All right, Mr. Paul Fleischer. Yeah, come on down. LC Allen High School would like to recognize Mr. Paul Fleischer as our Certificated Staff Member of the Year. Paul has been a staple for the gram, just as we say, a staple of education at LC Allen High School for over 30 years. He's a veteran teacher who teaches the wonders of earth science and psychology and works extremely hard to make his lessons interesting and relevant to his students. Paul Fleischer supports students in accessing the rigor in his classrooms and sets high standards. Through consistent routines and practices, students in his class learn the valuable skills of being personally responsible for their education, and he challenges students to achieve to their fullest potential and supports them along the way. Paul makes it a point to constantly communicate with parents and is always motivating them to be part of their child's education. He is routinely seen at students' IEP and other supported meetings. Over the year, Paul has been a volleyball coach, class advisor. He's currently the advisor of, currently the advisor of the disc golf team, leader of, yes, absolutely, leader of the psychology club, as well as advises the Regenerative Environmental Action Club. Paul has a wicked sense of humor and, of course, has a great love for all things that are rock. His school spirit is second to none, especially during Halloween when he puts on every costume that you can think of. And he's the kind person who goes out of his way to support all of his students. Over the years, he has taught himself Spanish. It can be a better support for the LCL's diverse community. While many students say that Mr. Fleischer is the hardest teacher, he said it up there, absolutely. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have even took the off me where I was going. Well, many students say that Mr. Fleischer is the hardest teacher. They also say that they're grateful for the challenges and support that Mr. Fleischer has given them every time they walk into the classroom. What is almost important, what is also important is that LCL High School community has the longevity and consistency of Mr. Fleischer exemplifies. At any point in time in his career, Paul would have gone and taught at any other school in our community, but he didn't. He chose to stay at LCL in high school and work with our community. And because he believes in our students, that they can overcome circumstances and be resilient. Our students and our parents have not overlooked the fact that Paul has wanted to be a Lobo for his entire professional career, and they will never forget Mr. Fleischer. LC Allen High School is honored to recognize Mr. Paul Fleischer as our certificated staff member of the year.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And congratulations to all of the award winners. We now have our school site parent organization updates. So from Cesar Chavez, we have our ELAC president and our CCLA foundation president.
No, we're good. Thank you.
It looks like some folks are clearing out after the awards, so there will be more space for some people to come inside.
Elizabeth, can you go first, please?
Hello, everybody. Oh, hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Anguiano, and I am the Cesar Chavez Language Academy Foundation president for this school year. The CCLA Foundation has been busy fundraising. So far this year, we have fundraised over $25,000 for all the students at CCLA. We committed to helping the marching band with over $10,000 to help them reach their goal of $30,000 so they can march in Disneyland in June. We set a record at our fall book fair with over $6,000 in sales. $2,000 of those dollars came from just our literacy night. We supported 46 teachers with $200 checks for their classroom supplies. We had the largest turnout at our annual posada with over 200 students and families in attendance. We will be kicking off the new year with 2 more school-wide fundraisers, and in March, we will be having our Cesar Chavez celebration that will feature student performances. Thank you.
Hola, mesa directiva de Santa Rosa. Soy Elvia, la presidenta de ELAC. Este es mi primer año de presidenta y nos reunimos los jueves una vez por mes. Las juntas de ELAC hemos repasado algunos temas. Primero estuvimos informándonos acerca del examen de LPAC y la importancia de la reclasificación para los estudiantes, invitando a los padres a ayudar a los estudiantes para mejores resultados. También recibimos un tema importante acerca de prevención de bullying por parte de las consejeras de la escuela. Hemos tenido buena participación de los padres en las juntas e interés en seguir aprendiendo y apoyando en cada tema platicado. Agradezco por su atención.
And I will translate it in English. Good afternoon, school board trustees from Santa Rosa City Schools. My name is Elvia Salinas, and I am the president of ELAC. This is my first year as president, and we meet once a month on Thursdays. Some of the ELAC themes that we have gone over has been about the LPAC test that happens, the importance of reclassification for students, and how parents can help out their students to academically achieve. We've also received a lot of information about bullying prevention and many topics with our counseling team from the school site. We have also participated in different meetings, and we are excited and we appreciate everything, every single meeting, and thank you so much.
Thank you all for the work you do for CCLA students. Next, we have a few folks from LC Allen, our school site council representative, ELAC representative, and LC Allen High School Foundation representative.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Jamie Padilla, and I'm thrilled to be here this evening as president of the LC Allen Heights Site Council.
Could you get closer to the mic, please?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. There has been a wealth of activities and accomplishments since I sat before you last year. First and foremost, my son is a senior this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing him graduate. LC Allen's high school badminton team won the conference championship last spring, and recently our football team went to the NCS conference championship game in our division. This is the first time ever that our football team went to the NCS section championship. We are very proud of our student athletes.
Go Lobos.
Our visual and performing arts department has been extremely active, including our marching band and color guard performing in multiple parades and veteran events. Our mariachi and folklorica dancers also have performed at various events throughout the county. Our ceramics department being featured at a SCO exhibition and fine art department, creating new and exciting murals on our school property. Our CTE programs continue to thrive with the public safety, education for those interested in becoming teachers, and public and community health program. We have been fortunate to have opportunities for our students to attend class over the summer to receive their CNA designation, and have had 2 groups of students go through the Lime Foundation, the Next Gen Trades Academy. Currently, students in the public and community health pathway are participating in a job shadowing experience at Sutter Hospital. In the spring, all juniors on our campus will participate in the Career Day, focusing on listening to various community professionals about their job and their experiences, and participate in resume and job interview activities. Our agriculture and FFA program at LC is robust and brimming with activities. We have a barn and a greenhouse on campus that support agriculture FFA activities. Further, our amazing agriculture mechanics program allows students to use state-of-the-art welding laser and wood production equipment to produce a variety of products and tools. Our students raise sheep and pigs to show at the county farm and raise chickens for egg production. FFA members participate in a variety of activities, including leadership, conference, and speech contests. Last week, in a degree banquet ceremony, 54 students received green hand degrees, and 8 students received chapter degrees, exemplifying their leadership and accomplishments. Academically, we have accomplishments as well. In partnership with the Santa Rosa Junior College, we were able to offer Santa Rosa JC class taught on the LC campus for students. College and career access pathways classes are college level courses that high school students can take at LC Allen High School. CCAP classes are part of the dual enrollment program and are taught by Santa Rosa JC professors so that high school students can be awarded both college credit and high school credit for a single course. We hope to continue this program and expand offerings in the future for LC students to receive college credit without leaving our campus. Our accelerated academic program continues to thrive. University Center, with students being about to take classes at Sonoma State University for $25 a semester. We also continue to support aspiring college students with our AVID programs on campus. Our UC Center and AVID students last year were accepted at Sonoma State, UC Davis, Humboldt State University, UC Santa Barbara, Cal State Northridge, CSU Bakersfield, just to name a few. Finally, a celebration, we are no longer in CSI, Comprehensive Support and Improvement School, and we continue to provide targeted and necessary support for English learners and students with disabilities. We are so proud of the great work that our staff and students are doing, and we are encouraged with the progress we have made moving forward. We would like to thank the board for the continued support of our Lobo community. Thank you so much.
Good evening, board members, students, parents, member communities. My name is Jose Martinez, and I'm here tonight to speak about ELAC at LC Allen High School. I would like to start by saying that I'm a proud Lobo parent and proud to be part of LC Allen. In our ELAC meeting, we have discussed and learned about various topics concerning our students, parents, and community members. We have presentation by community organizations such a North Bay Organization Project, Sonoma Community Action Network, and 10,000 Degrees. In our meetings, we have had the opportunity to learn about positive discipline and how to check our students' attendance and grades on areas, and how to communicate with teachers and staff using Parent Square. We also learn about community resources such as parenting classes and receiving information about renters and immigrants' rights. The LC Allen High School staff also provide us with a parent resources folder containing information about the school and our Santa Rosa community. We have had the opportunity to voice our opinions and discuss the support we as a parents need, as well as the support that our students need. We have had the conversation about school closures and consolidations, and I'm sure that everyone knows that we want our beloved LC Allen High School to remain open, to keep the legacy and history of LC Comanche Allen. We have attended meetings for a school consolidation committee and the Roadshow community meetings. I feel that it's very important to stay informed, so I can bring that information to our ELAC meetings and LC Allen and share with our parents. I see that parents at LC Allen care about the students' education, of course. We want our students to succeed. We dream of our students graduating high school and fulfilling their dreams through a college or career pathway. Please continue supporting LC Allen to keep LC Comanche Allen legacy and history alive by keeping LC Allen High School open. Our schools can continue to change the life of our students, our parents, and our whole community. By keeping LC Allen open, we can keep our community to be strong. Please consider to keep our high school open. I was surprised that in one of our town hall meetings, the only school that support to keep all high schools open was our beloved LC Allen High School. We want to keep all high schools open and keep our community together and strong. Please consider this. When there is a need, we can work with creativity, as we said in Spanish. Cuando hay necesidad, hay creatividad. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vince Figueroa, and I serve as the president of the LC Allen High School Foundation. I'm here tonight to share with you how we support our kids and to speak on behalf of the foundation and our board of directors in strong opposition of any consideration of closing LCLN High School. LCLN High School is far more than just a school. It's the heart of Southwest Santa Rosa and the only public high school in this part of our community. It serves a diverse and hardworking population, many of whom are first-generation families striving to build a better future for their children.
Sir,
The-
I'm going to stop you for a moment. I know that you want to advocate for your school. Out of fairness to all schools, I want to ask that you do that during public comment. The purpose of this agenda item is to hear about your actions.
I can get to that.
Okay, thank you so much.
So a lot about what we do at LCLN as a group is bring opportunities to the students of Southwest Santa Rosa. Through the foundation, we spent the last decade investing in our students and their futures. Together with our donors and our community partners, we've awarded over $900,000 in scholarships, including more than $170,000 last year alone. The scholarships have helped graduates attend top universities such as Harvard, Stanford, Dartmouth, and UC Berkeley. In 10 years, we have invested over $1.4 million in our students and saved over $2 million in our endowment that will allow our foundation to award a minimum of $130,000 in annual scholarships in perpetuity to the graduates of LCLN High School. Scholarships are just the beginning. In the past 2 years, we've taken incredible leaps with our programs, and we're just getting started. The programs at LCLN High School are transformative for both college and career-bound students. The University Center allows students to earn up to 24 college credits at Sonoma State University while attending high school. The Next Gen Trades Academy, in partnership with the Lime Foundation, equips students for high-paying jobs in the trades with tools, training, OSHA certification, and career placement. Lobos in the Healthcare, created with Sutter Hospital, provides hands-on experience for students pursuing careers in public and community health. CNA program, in partnership with Santa Rosa Junior College, supports the students who go through a certified nursing assistant summer program and gain certification to start a career as a nursing assistant or move on to continuing studies in the medical field. The Foundation Club is an extension of the Foundation Board and is made up of students. They gain valuable leadership skills while deciding how to distribute funds for student services. Through this program, we fund AP tests, college application fees, textbooks for students taking classes at SRJC and SSU, field trips to college campuses, teacher grants, and much more. And programs like public safety, agriculture mechanics, and FFA help students gain real-world experience in critical fields, in fields that are critical to our local economy. I want to make sure I don't overstep my boundaries here, so I'm being very careful, or I'll be careful not to read all of my comments here, but I just want to share I myself share a common background with a lot of these student population that we serve. My parents came here from Mexico, and like many of these families that we support at LCLN, we worked very hard to make ends meet. As a teenager, I was on a troubled path. My father went to prison. I lost my brother to drug and gang violence. And my brother was somebody that was very close to me in age. So I was a few years younger than him. I had opportunities that he didn't. And it's a stark reminder to me of how crucial the support and opportunities can be for our at-risk youth. We were both on very similar paths, but me being a few years younger, I simply received opportunities he didn't. And those small changes led to incredible differences in our lives. Today, I own and operate an accounting firm here in Santa Rosa, and I'm passionate about paying forward the opportunities that we receive, much like the rest of our board who don't have a connection necessarily to LCLN, but they're there to support our at-risk population. So with that, I want to say that we've invested $1.4 million in scholarships, programs, and career training over the last 10 years, and we're committed to continuing this work. But we need your partnership to ensure that LCLN remains a vital institution for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you all for all the work that you do for our students. Thank you. We'll now move on to the reports section of our agenda. First, we have our CSEA report. Is President Lehman here?
Yes, yes, can you hear me? Yes, I'm here. Good evening, President McNally, Governing Board, Superintendent Dr. Morales, Student Board Member, Cabinet members, and everyone listening tonight. I am Mary Lehman, President of Santa Rosa City Schools CSEA Chapter 75. I represent some 670 classified employees. A special thank you to all of our amazing employees that are here tonight. Please give yourself a hand. CSEA's mission is to improve the lives of our members, our students, and our communities. And thank you to everyone else, the teachers, students, parents, and the community who came tonight to show the district we care. We congratulate the students and employees of the month, especially our classified employees. Anel from CCLA, and then Helika from LC Allen. We support the many discussion action items. We have resolution tonight, February 3rd to 7th, as the week of the school counselor. What would students do without you? Resolution number 2, February as the Career Technical Education Month. We have wood shops, video editing classes, culinaries, and many more. Resolution 3, we support the African American History of the Month for February. And resolution number 2425, the Early Tell Incentive for Classified. We thank you for offering our classified members the Early Tell Incentive Stipend equal to those of the certificated staff. We appreciate being treated equally. Let this be the beginning of a positive change, embracing classified employees as equal partners in the vision of the district's future. We are looking forward to Professional Development Day. Dr. Morales reminds us daily in her emails we are all teachers by referring to us as maestros and maestras. It means all of us are considered teachers. We are all teachers. If we are all teachers, are we being treated like all of the teachers in this district? If we are teachers, why are we not receiving the same increase in wages? We again thank SRTA members for supporting us in our demands for an equal raise. Who are we? Custodians, secretaries, instructional assistants, grounds and maintenance, building maintenance, food service, library techs, registrars, noon duty supervisors, and more. The lowest paid employees in the district. Without us, you cannot teach some 14,150 students attending our 24 schools every day. Here's to being engaged, empowered, and waiting to be embraced. Let's walk the talk together. With courage and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you to President Lehman. Next, we have the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, President Howell.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, members of the board, members of the community. I'm Catherine Howell, President of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I represent about 900 teachers in the district. I want to join President Lehman in saying congratulations to all of our honorees tonight. I always love hearing the LCL band combined with CCLA band members tonight. So that was a nice treat for us. Thank you for the resolutions that President Lehman has mentioned. I just want to say thank you to all of our school counselors. Absolutely, for the care and the love they show to our students every day. They keep them on track throughout their educational career, and they get them ready to face the future so they can meet their goals and dreams. Thank you for recognizing CTE Month. I do want to point out that, in fact, the bouquets that were given to the LC Allen honorees tonight were made by LC Allen students in a CTE class. I understand that that same class makes bouquets and awards for many honorees throughout the district for lots of schools. So good job for CTE, and thank you, because we know that the CTE teachers have the classes that keep our students engaged. They teach them skills that they can use beyond high school. And so, yeah, we appreciate that. We want to say thank you for bringing the SRO MOU conversation to a board meeting. It's been a long time. We've been waiting. We're interested to hear what the makeup of the new board will say about SROs and the new voices of our 3 new board members. SRTA continues to support the return of SROs to our schools. But we know that the reason most of the people are in the room still tonight is because of the school closures. We know that school closures are bad for students. This might be happening. It doesn't mean we have to be happy about it. It's going to hurt the kids. It's going to hurt the community. It's going to hurt every educator and every support staff person in this district. It will not be good for us. And it's concerning that these plans are going forward when at the same time, recent budget presentations to this board shows that we're spending more than we budgeted this year. Where are the cutbacks? Where is the belt tightening? Why is the only solution seem to be to cut teachers and close schools when we're overspending every time we turn around? We're concerned that even if we close 5 schools and reorganize the rest of them, it's still not going to be enough. History shows us and research shows us throughout the state and throughout the country that school closures don't save as much as you think they will. What is this district doing to mitigate the loss of student enrollment? Probably everyone in this room has seen an ad from another school district in the last week encouraging those families early enroll. Come on up. We've got an open house. We'll give you pizza. We've got a jumpy, right? Come on up here and check us out and enroll in our district. What is Santa Rosa City Schools doing to stop the loss? We're concerned that even though that the school, what are we calling it these days? The budget committee, I've lost all my nouns, but the committee last year said, hey, let's hire a consultant and see what's going on with special ed. So we did. We paid over $30,000 for a special ed consultant to come in and tell us that, guess what? If we actually paid our CSEA brothers and sisters a living wage, we might actually be able to hire in-house classroom aides and save millions of dollars. But instead of paying attention to the recommendations of a paid consultant, we are instead offering CSEA less than what the teachers are getting, less than what the administrators are getting, and it's insulting to CSEA. We cannot run our schools without them. They need to get at least what we're getting, what the teachers have already gotten, have already been spending for half of this school year, while they wait around to get the leftovers. It's not fair, it's not equitable. It doesn't treat them in any way, shape, or form as true partners in education in this district. And finally, although I am very much looking forward to hearing from every single person that put in a blue card, the fact that this meeting started by people being asked to go stand outside is disgusting. These people are here because members of the board have said, wow, I guess school number one doesn't care because they haven't come to a board meeting to tell us how great they are. This process has pitted school against school, and people have shown up to make their voices heard and to say, we do care. Don't write us down as not caring. And they were met with, we're sorry, go stand outside. It's not okay. It's going to be this way every meeting in February. You've already scheduled 4 of them. You better start planning that every single one of them needs to be somewhere bigger than this room, because these people aren't going away. They're coming back. I'm going to recommend Santa Rosa High School's auditorium. It's big, it's free, it has the electronic wiring that we need, and you shouldn't, how many, 1,000? The seats, 1,000, wow. So I will very much look forward to the next board meeting and will happily address you from the floor of Santa Rosa High School's auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Morales, do you have anything to share?
Just that we continue to work on the town halls. So the last week we spent doing town halls. It's the first time we've done town halls of this magnitude. So we had about 150 on Monday, 150 on Tuesday, about 100 and the same number on Wednesday, and then Maria Carrillo, we had about 500. And so looking into tomorrow's at Santa Rosa High, we expect another large contingency, so we're restructuring, so just know that we're working on that. We are welcoming everyone to come on out. I know that the board meetings are not a structure for dialogue because of the way it needs to be conducted, so we welcome you to join us at Santa Rosa High. We met with the team this morning to disaggregate or type up all of the information from the town halls, and we'll be sharing those with the committee for Monday, as well as posting it on the website. And I will, as Lisa comes to talk about the consolidation report, I know we're also putting out, for those that could not attend, a video with the slide deck giving the different scenarios, as well as giving opportunities for people to give input if they weren't able to make it to the actual in-person town halls. And we're also looking to, once the committee has made their recommendations, the team is working on a map on our website that you can go and look at the very potential scenarios that you might have. So I'll let Lisa talk a little bit more about that, but the last couple of weeks have been kind of all hands on deck, having those dialogue at the town halls in order to be able to get more input from all of the community. So thank you to all of you who have attended, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Next is my report as board president. There were a number of things I wanted to talk about, but I know we have a lot of public comment. We have a lot of business to get through, so I'll keep it brief. I want to announce my appointments to our board subcommittees. So for the 3x3 subcommittee with the City of Santa Rosa, trustees Medina and De La Torre will continue, and they'll be joined by trustee Jenkins. For our fiscal analysis board subcommittee, trustee Caston, trustee Kirby, and myself, we will serve, and trustee Caston will chair that committee. For our board policy update subcommittee, trustees Medina, Caston, and Manieri will serve, and trustee Manieri will chair that committee. Additionally, trustees Jenkins and Kirby will serve on the district safety advisory roundtable, and trustee Medina will serve on the ethnic studies district committee. I do want to put some ideas out there for the whole board to consider, and possibly specifically the policy subcommittee. I am looking for ways that we can restructure our board meetings to make them more efficient. I've seen over the past couple years, we often end up with our most important discussion and action items very late in the night when we are not at our best. So some ideas that have come up are starting open session earlier in the day, maybe holding a closed session after open session, or possibly splitting closed session in two. It is currently in our board policy that we start open session at 6 p.m., so that might be something for the policy subcommittee to look at. I think that's all that I will share for today. I'll hand it over to other board members for reports. See trustee Medina and then trustee De La Torre.
Thank you, President McNally. There's a lot on my mind, a lot that we're dealing with. One thing that's really important for me is that, especially our undocumented families, feel safe sending their children to school and coming to school. I know there's been an announcement yesterday from the new administration about schools and churches no longer being safe from immigration raids. So I just want to let people know that I've asked our superintendent to consult with legal on what that means for our schools and how that's going to coincide with our safe haven policy that we updated in December. Because I think it's really important people feel safe coming to school. Aside from that, I would just like to ask if we can take a brief moment of silence to recognize one of our former employees, Ernesto Sanchez, who was an amazing man, humble man. I've never heard anybody having anything bad to say about him. He passed away recently, and there'll be a celebration of life for him on February 8th. But if we could just take a quick moment of silence, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee De La Torre and then trustee Jenkins.
Thank you very much, President McNally. There's obviously a lot to try and get through, and we're really hoping to get through it. So I'm going to keep this brief tonight. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I do apologize for the capacity limits, and thank the school communities and the parent and communities that have reached out to me and allowed me to engage with them for their thoughts and ideas and processes, so that we can continue to dig into all of this information for these very important decisions that are coming up next month. We are very aware, we are paying attention. Nothing is going unread, nothing is going unheard. And thank you guys very much for your commitment to this process, as painful as it's been. I also like to recognize that the community as a whole has lost some more young lives this week, and that has hit some of us closer to home than others. And I just want to, why I have your ear, to pay attention, be respectful. Let's honor each other, take care of each other, and ensure we're taking the time to spread love, because no moment is guaranteed. Thank you.
So we'll go to trustee Jenkins, then trustee Caston, then trustee Kirby.
Hello. I'm gonna do this old school style by reading what I wrote. And I know we are short on time, but I am gonna read this. So it has been a busy couple of weeks. I've been embedded in the community, listening and participating as a board member and a parent. I've attended 2 town halls so far and plan to attend Santa Rosa tomorrow. I attended the school closure and consolidation meeting on Friday, of which I truly was pleasantly surprised by the process and the discussion and the thoughtfulness of the rankings. I was at the Monty versus Santa Rosa basketball game and saw Ome across the way, sporting Panther Pride. I love that. Also helped out at the Montgomery Education Foundation crab feed, which showcased our beautiful talent as well. I've been meeting with groups and individuals discussing the challenges we're facing and making sure that all of the stones are being looked under for creative solutions. I want the public to know that I'm reading every single email, and we have gotten a lot. I am not responding to all of them, especially if there's other people on them, but I am reading every single one. On a personal note, the continued stress the closures are creating is palpable. I personally have 2 high schoolers who have to submit their class choices for next year by Friday, then turn 16 the next day, HBD offspring. They are 3rd generation Montgomery, and Bennett Valley roots are strong in this town. We're already losing students, and quite frankly, my term as a trustee would likely also be cut short, as I personally may need to move if this nonsense continues, and we will deal with that as it comes. I do continue to stand with our community regarding the high schools, and I want to make sure that the least amount of harm is done to the communities directly impacted by any of the closures that we decide on next month. We've done enough harm to our older students by not protecting them in the last couple of years, and we've seen numbers decline at certain schools directly related to ignoring the community cries for help. It's important to address too that as a trustee, we've not had conversations about even what each of us is leaning towards. I'd love if a decision was made, but it has not even begun. We have not made any decisions. I know the rumors are flying, but we have not even had the start of a conversation as a board and as a team. Finally, I want to take a second to recognize parents. So often we hear that parents are not pulling their weight, we need more volunteers, etc. I want you all to know that I see you. I know so many more parents would love to be here tonight, and students. However, they are where they're needed, and that's supporting the schools and their youth. I see you trying to get food in tummies and making sure that jackets at least are available, even if your little one refuses to wear it. I see you volunteering when you can. I see you sending emails, sending snacks, sending supplies, appreciating staff. I see you doing the absolute best in the ever-changing stages of parenting and leaning on each other when our communities are in super challenging situations. I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my report very short. I attended the governor's budget update presentation provided by the California School Board Association, looking at many of the things that are going to impact our discussions next month. And I also had the opportunity to attend a course on the foundations of governance. Both of those were virtual and provided by CSBA. I've had lots of meetings with parents, groups of parents and teachers and staff from the different schools. At this point, I think I've met with at least someone from every one of our high schools. Please use the email. We're never going to have an opportunity in 2-minute increments to be able to share information in these meetings. And to the extent that I'm able, I'm going to schedule as many meetings with you all as we're moving through this process. So please reach out through the email. My invitation stands. And don't think you're not important enough to ask for that, because you absolutely are. I'm a parent in this district, and you should not hesitate to reach out to me and ask to meet with me. I had the opportunity to get a tour of CCLA with Trustee Jenkins. Appreciate that. Also attended the Montgomery Crab Feed, which was a great event, and I loved all the student performances, the dancing and the musicians, very impressive. And I attended the Pioneer Town Hall. I'll be at the Santa Rosa Town Hall tomorrow night. And I want to emphasize that just because we're hosting these on high school campuses, these are the town halls that are considering all of the consolidation reconfiguration for elementary and middle school. So just because it's at a high school campus, please do not think that that doesn't mean that this isn't the venue for elementary and middle school conversations. I have heard that from some folks, and so tomorrow night is the last of these, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
And again, quickly, I attended the town hall in Montgomery last week. I will also be in Santa Rosa tomorrow night. Additionally, piggybacking on what Director Jenkins said, don't think that because I'm not answering your email, I'm not reading them. I've read every email. I appreciate them all. There are just so many. There's no way I'm going to be able to answer all the emails, but I am reading everyone. Thank you.
Student Board Member Zuniga, do you have a report?
Okay, really quick. So the Superintendent Student Council met recently, and I wanted to go over the professional development day on the 31st. And it will consist of a student-made and student-organized panel where the council has put together, to serve and provide insight to teachers and staff from all around the district regarding our student experience and what we would like to see, hear, and feel from our teachers and staff in the future. Remember to please reach out to myself and your representatives from each high school from the council, and we serve to represent your needs, voice, and requests. Reach out to me through email or just DM me on Instagram. And remember to get to know your representatives from each high schools, because those are the people that serve you. And though this is a new system, it can be used as a great tool in the future and right now. So thank you so much.
And now we have our school closure and consolidation report. And we have Associate Superintendent Lisa August here to present.
Thank you, President McNally. Excuse me. Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our board and our Santa Rosa City Schools community here in person as well as online. Just a quick report. As it's been shared last week, we held 4 town hall dialogue events, and all were well attended, ranging from approximately 150 participants to close to 400. We especially appreciate so many student voices. We have one more scheduled tomorrow evening at Santa Rosa High School. Unfortunately, the format that had worked well for 150 did not work so well for the larger group as far as flow. With tomorrow being the last day, we are expecting another large turnout and are adjusting the format of the way that we will hold our breakout groups. We also received feedback that some members of our community were not able to access the in-person evening events. And based on this feedback, as well as one of the trustees mentioned, that some parents felt that it was geared towards high school, or the high school voices were maybe louder than some of the elementary. So based on that feedback, we did create a survey that went out this evening on Parent Square with video links explaining the alternative scenarios, as well as the standard scenario of the closure of 3 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high. So that went out on Parent Square, and it's also linked on the district's main page. While the meeting was going on this evening, responses received by Friday morning will be included in the summary information provided to the School Consolidation and Closure Advisory Committee for their meeting on Monday. Last Friday, that committee did hold a special meeting to continue their work from the December meeting, and we're so very appreciative of our support staff and the committee members for their work late on a Friday evening. They were able to reach consensus on some rankings and will continue their work on Monday, January 27th. This is scheduled to be their last meeting in order to finalize recommendations and their report. However, we do have a special date held for February 3rd if they're not able to finalize those details, only if it's needed. We are working to finalize location for upcoming meetings to accommodate the larger public participation. Our business services team has also been working, as I've shared before, on details in preparation for potential scenarios. One way this is happening is in our information and evaluation department, where Dr. Bardelli has been working on a boundary map that will be made available to the public to be able to try some different scenarios and then to submit them. So when we come to you with recommendations related to boundaries, we will have some input on which are preferred with some things in there. Gives us a way to run some here. If this happens, then where does this look like it would go? AI kind of starts it for you, and then you can move around specific census blocks. So we expect that to be released next Tuesday after the committee has finalized their rankings. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is a report, not a discussion item. So are there any quick clarifying questions from the board before we go to public comment? All right, then we will go to public comment. I have a number of blue cards. Each public comment will be limited to 90 seconds, and we will be limiting the total public comment on this item to 90 minutes. That means that we might not get through everyone. I hope that we do. Unfortunately, this meeting has a hard cutoff at midnight, and we have other items that we need to get through. So 90 seconds each, 90 minutes total. I will read names 3 at a time, so you know when your turn is coming up. First, we will have Deja Jones, followed by Mike Lopez, followed by Gabriela Geffner.
President McNally, just one clarification. If people are outside, is there somebody like announcing or making sure that they're able to come up?
Can we have a staff member helping to manage that if folks are outside when their turn comes up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Deja Jones, and I am a senior at Santa Rosa High School, and my brother graduated this past year. I'm involved in many sports, 2 being varsity softball and cross country. I'm in 3 different choirs, one of which just sang with the Warriors, or just sang at the Warriors, and with the Santa Rosa Symphony multiple times. In addition, I am the secretary of the Choral Student Union, and many of my friends are a part of ARQuest and are student athletes as well. Santa Rosa offers programs to learn different skills, concepts, and techniques in a variety of programs and classes. ARQuest, FFA, CTE, band, choir, and a variety of sports, peer counseling, and dozens of student-led clubs and electives only scratch the surface of what Santa Rosa offers to its students, largely funded by the Santa Rosa Foundation Fund. The spirit of the Panthers is so strong, we've lasted over 150 years. We fought in 2009 to keep our wood shop open. That is paid for by the federal and state taxes, and like all of our CTE schools. We fought in just this year when the district shut down our show, Dog Sees God. And every single time, Santa Rosa has prevailed. Our flame never extinguished. This will be no different. Nowhere in the district will you find a school so open, so diverse, so community-based than Santa Rosa. The beating heart and soul of this town is the high school. Our students, staff, and alumni all agree that Santa Rosa is worthy of lasting to this day. I don't think any school should be shut down, but do not punish Santa Rosa's students, teachers, and staff because you think we don't care. Once a Panther, always a Panther.
Thank you, Deja. Next, we have Mike Lopez, followed by Gabriella Geffner, followed by Dawn Neufeld.
Hello, my name is Mike Lopez. I'm past president and a founding member of the Alcee Allen High School Foundation. 14 years ago, I got a call from Willie Tamayo from the La Tortilla factory, telling me that we needed to help the kids on the south side of town. They're being grossly underlooked. And we met with the principal at the time, Mary Gail Stabling, Brian Farrow, and 5 brave students who shared their struggles to stay in school. There wasn't a dry eye in the room. That day, 15 community members committed to change the lives of these students, and we created the Alcee Allen High School Foundation to help the underserved. You heard the results from the foundation from President Vince Figueroa, so the results speak for themselves, but it's much more than scholarships. It's about giving kids hope. We now have alumni that are serving on our board, proof that the full circle impact of our community. Closing Alcee Allen High School would be a tragic loss for these students and the hardworking families. They deserve a chance to dream, plan, and achieve, and give back to the community they love. I understand the difficulty of this decision. However, I urge you to consider the progress and promise of Alcee Allen High School students when weighing your options. Let's continue giving the opportunities they've earned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gabriella Geffner, followed by Dawn Neufeld, followed by Rustin Pryor Ottenfeld.
Good evening. My name is Gabriella Geffner, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. But the Panther pride has been ingrained in me since I was born, as my dad has been a counselor at SRHS for 23 years. My brother graduated from the school in 2023 and is now a successful student at UCLA. I grew up excited to attend the school, going to the 140th anniversary celebration at 7 years old, and this past fall, performing at the 150th celebration as the choir president. I've been given endless opportunities to challenge myself and become prepared for college with a well-rounded resume. I'm a 3-sport athlete with amazing coaches and take AP classes with wonderful teachers, all while learning music as a fine arts student. The ArtQuest and journalism programs have given me the resources to start a school podcast with professional recording equipment and a studio. I have many friends in the FFA program who give me confidence that California farming will be in great hands. These programs I speak of are just a sliver of what SRHS offers, and the history of our school speaks for itself. Please don't close SRHS, a school so awesome, they named a town after it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dawn Neufeld, followed by Rustin Pryor Hoddenfield, followed by Natasha, starts with a D.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Neufeld. I teach academic language development, newcomer English, sophomore English, and advanced placement language and composition at Pioneer High School. This is my 24th year teaching and my 3rd year in the Santa Rosa City Schools District. And I will most likely be getting a reduction in force notice in March. The rumor is that anyone who has worked in SRCS for 4 years or less should expect a RIF notice. I'm here tonight to ask you, the board, to be incredibly mindful and intentional about giving out RIF notices to school employees this March. I ask that you only RIF the positions that you know are not going to be needed. Last year, SRCS gave reduction in force notices to 78 teachers. Only 17 of those teachers received final RIF notices. That means that 61 teachers did not actually need to go through that extremely chaotic, stressful, and disheartening experience. Over-riffing staff in Santa Rosa City Schools is a long-standing mismanaged response to a history of mismanaged funds. Please be intentional not to do this again. We will lose many great teachers and support staff. This process impacts students, teachers, and families. Please be mindful, intentional, and deliberate when determining RIF notices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rustin Pryor Hoddenfield, followed by Natasha D, followed by V Huang.
So I'm not really a good public speaker, but I thought I'd give it a try because I love my school. Hello, my name is Rustin Pryor Hoddenfield. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I'm a fourth generation Panther. I grew up dreaming, wanting to go to Santa Rosa High School. My mom went there and she said that she had an amazing time, and I grew up dreaming one day that I go to Santa Rosa High School. And I play two sports. I'm a baseball player and a football player. I'm also a member of student government. I've been in there all 4 years. And just what Santa Rosa High School means to me is that just all the opportunities that it gives me, from the College and Career Center counselor, Ms. Batchelder, has helped me with my college applications and getting to the next point, helping me find what I want to be when I grow up. It also, the coaches who have taught me how to be the best version of myself and to keep striving for perfection, even though I may not make it there, because nobody's perfect. What I also love about our school is just the history, the tradition, such as the fight song that you've heard us yelling numerous times throughout this meeting. And that's in the main building upstairs, led by our history teachers, one of them, Miss Bell. And I just, this school is just gonna stick with me for the rest of my life, and I hope it could stick with the future generations of our community as well. Once a Panther, always a Panther. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natasha D, followed by V Hong, followed by Mei Lee Purvis.
Good evening.
And could you state your full name for the record?
Natasha Deacons. Good evening. I've been a teacher for 25 years in this district at Maria Creel High School. And I can tell you 25 years later, all Santa Rosa City schools look very different. I don't envy your position. I'd like to acknowledge that the work you've done, or about to do, is incredibly challenging. But it must start with an honest reflection of who we are today, and more importantly, who we want to be tomorrow. While it's easy to blame school closures on declining enrollment, it's evident that our current lack of vision and guiding principles has led to a fragmented school system, one that is now pitting school against school, which is pretty evident here tonight. Whatever decision you ultimately make, I hope you'll not look at just making cuts for today or next year, but you help craft a long-term vision. A clear vision moving forward is essential to healing the pain this process is causing. Consider this. Why do our superintendents continue to come from outside our own community? You have a hard task, but you also have a golden opportunity to make Santa Rosa City Schools better. I hope you find the courage necessary to do so.
Thank you. Next is V Hong, followed by Mei Lee Purvis, followed by Tao Pham.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vi Huang, and I'm the Associated Student Body President at Santa Rosa High School. This school has become a second home to me, my second family, and a safe place where I feel like I can learn and step out of my comfort zone. And just this year, Santa Rosa High School has celebrated its 150-year anniversary, ensuring that it's the 8th oldest school in California, the school that paved the way for other schools. Everybody knows that Santa Rosa High School has one of the best spirit and tradition, and that is built on generations of Panther pride. Besides all of this facts of the past, we are one of the most populated campus with around 1,600 students and have one of the highest transfer rates across the district. This is the school of the arts, the school where creativity generates possibilities to turn into reality. Santa Rosa High School is a great school, and it's a school that can never be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mei Lee Purvis, followed by Tao Pham, followed by Gemma Roberts.
I am Mei Lee Purvis. I'm an engineer, parent volunteer for science and math at Santa Rosa High School. At the December SCAC meeting, the community overwhelmingly asked to please minimize the impact to high school students who are at a critical juncture in their life for career college. In teaching CTE engineering robotics at Windsor High for STEM core, I had homeless students, migrant workers, English learners. But it was my transfer student from the recently closed El Molino that stumbled. When the promising STEM student fell into a funk and stopped coming to school for weeks in second semester, I and their mom intervened to get them back on track to narrowly graduate. Now take that one student who went through the trauma of their school closing. Would you choose to multiply that by 1,000 students or by 1,500 students? Please do the right thing and minimize the number of displaced high school students. Do not close Santa Rosa, one of our largest schools. Do not displace more students than needed for a couple of rank points. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tao Pham, followed by Gemma Roberts, followed by Nessa Cecil.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tao Pham, and I'm a proud freshman at Santa Rosa High School. To me, Santa Rosa High School is more than just a school. It is a historical place built with 150 years of beautiful memories from generations to generations. As I walk through the halls, this school resembles a true high school experience like the ones where I always see in TV shows and movies. Even with little experiences, I am proud that our school is filled with tradition, spirit, and energy. Before entering a sport game, I can always hear the roars and echoes from the students, whether we win or lose. And this energy is truly unique. Closing down Santa Rosa High School is not just shutting down a school. It means losing a piece of our town's heart. It's a place where students like me can build memories that will last a lifetime. I stand here today not just as a student, but as a Panther. Proud of my school and honored to be part of its long legacy. I hope this school can last for many more years for future generations and a place I can always come back to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gemma Roberts, followed by Nessa Cecil, followed by Shikaela Kahoro. Do we have Gemma Roberts? Nessa, why don't you go ahead while we wait for Gemma?
Hello, my name is Nessa Cecil, and I'm currently a junior at Santa Rosa High School. I absolutely hate public speaking, but I'm here because this is very important to me. Both of my parents teach at Pioneer, and I grew up on campus while my parents graded. My brother went to Pioneer, but I always knew that I wanted to go to Santa Rosa High. Both schools feel like home to me. Please don't close any of the high schools. This is a pivotal time for students. They're making friendships that will last their lifetimes. Please don't rip us apart. I know that many teens feel the same, and I see everybody here from many high schools. Please do not hurt our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we find Gemma Roberts? All right, I'll put her card to the side for now. So next we have Shikaela Kahoro, followed by Lee Corey, followed by Juan Diego.
Hello. Hi. Good evening. I'm speaking today on behalf of the students of Maria Carrillo High School. As a senior, I am currently the ASB president. Our leadership program is central to our school, inspiring students to be active participants in shaping our Puma community. These students are dedicated to creating events, supporting their peers, and building unity on campus. Maria Carrillo is a place where students are constantly putting their best foot forward, whether it's in their education, participating in school events, or working together as a community. Instead of having numerous students speak on behalf of Korea, we have created some handouts which you've received in an email yesterday, and they were provided tonight showcasing some of our school successes because the board meetings occurred during final exams, multiple school sporting events, and even drama rehearsals. We have been busy being students. We also want to respect your time and not overwhelm the meeting with student perspectives, all saying largely the same thing: save our school. Do not mistake our lack of speaking out as a sign of apathy or lack of concern. We're deeply caring and concerned about our school, its students, and the Korea community. In fact, we have well over 500 community members attend last week's town hall meeting, and many were Korea students hoping to have their voices heard. We are proud of our school, proud of our programs, and proud to call Maria Korea our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lee Corey, followed by Juan Diego, followed by Reed Hevner.
Thank you, members of the board, and good evening. My name is Lee Corey, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I'm here to urge you not to close my school. It's a pillar of a broader community within our city and has been since it opened 150 years ago. What is truly unique about Santa Rosa High School is our history. It's the oldest school in the district and the 9th oldest in the state. We have an on-site museum. This school is so old that we have enough history to have a museum just about Santa Rosa High School on our campus. That kind of history cannot be erased in the name of financial stability to make up for mistakes that our school did not make. That kind of history is incredibly unique. To close Santa Rosa High School would be a mistake. You may be wondering why the support and advocacy for Santa Rosa High School you've seen tonight is coming now, long after this process of school closure began. I personally did not speak before last week at the School Consolidation Advisory Committee meeting because I understand the weight and complexity of this decision and know that this board is not making this decision based on whether or not I like my school. But some recent comments about Santa Rosa's lack of participation have drawn me here to make my thoughts heard and to let this board know that Santa Rosa does care. So I urge you, do not close Santa Rosa High.
Thank you. Next, we have Juan Diego, followed by Reed Hevner, followed by Emma Vega. Is there a Juan Diego here?
Can I start right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Diego, and I arrived to the United States with nothing on December 17, and I started my classes at Maria Carrillo on January 6 of 2023. It was my first day of school, and fear consumed me because I thought I wouldn't understand anything. However, from the moment I arrived, this institution welcomed me with open arms and gave me the opportunity to progress as a student and as a person. In my second year of high school, I decided to take the leap into AP and honors classes. I want to show that Latinos can do it too. I know that each one of us has a dream. I know we can make it happen. Not only those of us who have left behind part of our life and nostalgic memories that strengthen us today, but also those who were born here, who have deep history, and wherever they go, on this vast land, we always feel at home. So we only 1 year in the United States, I decided to start my AP path. My teacher like Mr. Henry, Mr. Hitchcock, were always there for me to help me in my classes, demonstrating how the educational staff of this institution cares about the performance of their students. I couldn't have done it alone. You always need guidance along the way. And I'm thankful for the entire Maria Carrillo High School team for not leaving me alone during these years. I decided to take the leadership class with the goal of contributing to my institution, which has given me so much support since my arrival. And now in these circumstances, today I speak for the students. For us, Maria Carrillo is not just another high school in Santa Rosa. It's the home of all of us. It's like a family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Reed Hevner, followed by Emma Vega, followed by Jordan Walton.
Hello, I'm Reed Hevner. We, the students of Santa Rosa High School, are members of an active, dynamic community. We take joy in our community and in the interactions that transpire there. We as a community do not want our school to close and do not believe that it should be closed. We thank the members of the Santa Rosa City Schools, School Board, and School Consolidation Committee for the consideration of this petition. That was the petition that over the last week was signed by 476 Santa Rosa High students because we care about our school. Recently, we've heard talk that SRCS students don't care, that we don't show up enough, that we won't fight for our school. And I'm here today to say that that's wrong. We care. So I'd like to ask this board, please be fair. I know that on paper, we look like an easy school to shut down, but there's so much more to the story than what the statistics say, both financial and otherwise. So please set aside your biases and look at the fuller picture. Please don't close our school. I would like to present these signatures of the petition to the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Emma Vega, followed by Jordan Walton, followed by Catherine, starts with an R.
Good evening, Santa Rosa School Board members, committee members, and community. My name is Emma Vega. I'm a senior at LC Allen High School. I want to start what LC Allen is doing right now. We have these amazing programs like FFA, band, dance, art, mariachi, and sports. LC Allen is one of 2 Santa Rosa schools that have FFA. FFA teaches agriculture, leadership, builds confidence, problem solving. FFA brings community. As you can see, I'm currently in my band uniform. We recently just got these. Our band is doing amazing things. Our main focus currently is getting our name out. June 11th, we will be performing at Disneyland. We are also the only high school band that performs with a middle school, which is CCLA. We love being together as a community. I want to give praise to our football team. This year, they have achieved something LC Allen hasn't been able to get in a very long time. This year, they went to a championship. They created a community with being a team, and seeing them work and communicating together shows that yes, they can do it. LC Allen can do it. In the last 4 years, being at LC, I have seen community in everything we do. We, LC Allen, come together and make great things. Our programs make us come together. So I ask you, please consider keeping LC Allen open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jordan Walton, followed by Catherine Ritta, followed by Peyton Sansone.
Hello, and thank you to the members of the board for letting me speak. My name is Jordan Walton, and I'm currently a senior at Santa Rosa High School, and hopefully next year a senior at Santa Rosa. I'm currently in the concert choir, and we will be playing varsity baseball in the spring. For 2.5 years, SRHS has been a place that has offered me and many other students the opportunity to learn new skills through the Art Quest and career technical education classes like auto shop and manufacturing that are offered at Santa Rosa. I've also met new people that I'm glad to now call friends, and I've strengthened my prior friendships that I got in middle school. Santa Rosa is the only school that I have had the pleasure of having these opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Ritta, followed by Peyton Sansone, followed by Meg Peterson.
Hi, everyone. I want to urge the board to consider the 7 through 12 model. This would bring about the same financial outcome as this 3-1-1 closure scheme, but better outcomes for youth in our community. For example, data from other large districts show that high school closures lead to significant dropout rates, increased crime, lower educational achievement, such as attending junior college or college, and kids who attend high schools that close also make an average 4 to 8% less over their lifetime compared to those not experiencing this. In contrast, youth who attend 7 through 12 programs have better outcomes both socially and emotionally and educationally than youth attending middle than high school. For example, youth in 7 through 12 programs tend to have higher attendance and lower dropout rates. This model would also allow for the consolidation of resources into larger schools, attracting students with special programs such as STEM or sports. I'd like, if you could, ask the school consolidation committee to suggest alternatives to just the 3-1-1, such as closures to support moving towards a 7 to 12 model. And there is data showing that elementary school closures do impact educational outcomes similarly to high school closures, but the students recover likely because they have a lot more school to go through. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next is Peyton Sansone, followed by Meg Peterson, followed by Dorian Decker. Apologies if that's wrong.
Hello, my name is Peyton and I'm a sophomore at Santa Rosa High. Attending this school has been the best decision I have ever made. No place has ever made me feel more loved and cared for than this school. I honestly don't know what I would do without it. I love going here every day, knowing that I have staff who genuinely care about me. I also have met some of my closest friends here. If I had never enrolled at this school, I would have never been able to have met these incredible people, and it pains me to think about how my life would be if they weren't in it. Our campus is also extremely inclusive. I'm not afraid to be myself and be judged for it. I also know that many other kids here have found their true colors and are no longer afraid to let them shine. A big contributor to this is our amazing Art Quest program. This unique and unmovable program allows many students, like myself, to be able to express their emotions in doing something they love. I've seen students who have gone from completely hating school to absolutely loving it because of the connection to the arts. But SRHS isn't just a school for the arts. It's a school where everyone's voice is allowed to be heard, a school where no one is allowed to be excluded, and most importantly, a school where students and staff feel loved. I seriously cannot express enough how much this school means to me. So please listen to me when I tell you, you cannot close this school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Meg Peterson, followed by Dorian Decker, followed by Erica Lipinvich.
Hi, I'm Meg Peterson. I'm a parent of 2 students at Hidden Valley Elementary School.
I want to implore the board to seriously consider and perhaps confirm that they will not be renewing the charter middle and high schools in feeder districts. These schools are taking students from our school district and disrupting the funds that we should be receiving. If we are closing schools in our primary and secondary districts, we should not allow the feeder districts to steal our students and further impact our fiscal stability. I implore the public that if you're truly passionate about saving all of the high schools, get behind the 7 to 12 model. It's done successfully in both urban and rural areas throughout our state, other states, and internationally. It's been proven to be the best education model outside of a TK through 8 system. 7th and 8th graders are typically separated in sub-campuses, much like TK and kindergarten on the elementary school level. They don't have much more interaction than a TK or kindergartner does with a 5th or 6th grader outside of planned things such as extracurriculars, advanced studies, or in sports. 7th to 12th has been proven to reduce suspension rates, reduce behavior issues, and reduce gang activity. It's been proven to increase academic scores, graduation rates, and build stronger and more robust communities. They can often expand programs such as Monty's IB program into the 7th grade. It can allow schools to specialize and provide more and better academic, athletic, club, and extracurricular activities for all students.
Thank you. Next, we have Dorian Decker, followed by Erica Lipovich, followed by Ross Wynn.
Hello, my name is Dorian Decker, and I am a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I am also the president of our instrumental music program, on which I'm speaking today. To me, the band room is my home and the band my family. I spent so much time with my peers in band, and I would not choose to spend it any other way. We have worked so hard together, and we have accomplished so much together. Over the years, our ensembles have traveled the world, from the Great Wall of China to the serene and holy beauty of the Vatican. And in just over a month, our band will be going to New York to play in Carnegie Hall. Not only will we be performing the music we have selected, but we have also been chosen to work with composer Amy Scuria to write a brand new piece of music that we will play the world premiere of. We are the only school in the district who has ever had such an honor, and we will not let this incredible victory be turned into a defeat. Our concert will be one of celebration, not one of mourning. Everyone in our ensembles, all of my friends, have worked so hard to grow our music program, and as it is finally starting to go beyond what it used to be, I hope the district can see what an incredible community we have at our school and will continue to support all of the programs that make Santa Rosa High School so important to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Erica Lipovich, followed by Ross Wynn, followed by Angeli Kay.
Hello, my name is Erica Lipovich, parent of 2 kids at Hidden Valley Elementary School. I'm not from Santa Rosa, but my husband is. I'm here to tell you about how I fell in love. Not with my husband, but with the Santa Rosa community. When my now husband and I met freshman year of college, all he could talk about was his amazing group of Santa Rosa High School and Montgomery friends. The stories he told were legendary. The relationships he fostered there were epic. And when I finally met the Santa Rosa crew, I felt like I too had found my forever friends. I knew then and there I was in love. 20 years later, when it was time for us to start a family, we boomeranged back to Santa Rosa to settle down, largely because it was where the Santa Rosa High School and Montgomery crew settled down to raise their kids, and it's the community we always dreamed of for our kids. I'm here to speak in favor of a 7 through 12 model, not because it has statistically better overall student outcomes, not because it's the only model that saves all the high schools, but because it's the only model that will give our kids the opportunity to start making their own lifelong Santa Rosa friendships sooner. I'm in favor of my kids joining the Panther community 2 years earlier. Save all the high schools, support 7 through 12.
Thank you. Next, we have Ross Wynn, followed by Angeli Kay, followed by Zoe Cirineo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ross Wynn, and I am a junior at Santa Rosa High School. Now, Santa Rosa High School has a big connection to me and my family because my family's been going to Santa Rosa High School for 4 generations. My great-grandfather went there. My grandmother and grandfather went there, and my mother went there, and now I am there. This school means so much to me that it's unimaginable. I have made so many friends at Santa Rosa High School thanks to the amazing Art Quest program that I don't know what I would do without them. In freshman year, I was an outcast. I was not the person you want to hang out with. But thanks to Art Quest and everyone in it, I was able to come out of my shell even more than I already was and make friends with everyone there. Art Quest and Santa Rosa High School has changed me, and I'm so happy for it. And I really hope that you decide not to close Santa Rosa because I want to give other kids that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anjali K, followed by Zoe Cirineo, followed by Kaylin Wen. And Anjali, could you say your full name for the record?
My name is Anjali Kumthekar. I am a junior from Montgomery High School as well as an IB diploma candidate. I am not here to put my school against others, but to advocate for a high school that calls itself a family. And so are 560 other Montgomery students as shown on the signed petition in front of you. While they may not all be here in this room, their advocacy for Montgomery is just as powerful. These signatures were collected today, in one day, and they represent nearly half of our student body. To close our school would be a tragic disruption, not only for my IB education, but the entire school's education. We host the Special Olympics each year, have a new building under construction, several new murals around the whole campus, and the largest special education program. We send and have sent our students to Stanford, Yale, Columbia, Berkeley, UCLA, and many more incredible universities. And most importantly, we stand to be the most diverse high school in the district. Our students are asking you to preserve their family. I hope that you can hear my voice, their voice, and everyone's voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zoe Cirineo, followed by Kaylin Wen, followed by Dean Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Zoe Cirineo, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I've attended 5 different school districts, and for a long time, I struggled with bullying. Even though I live outside the district, the Art Quest program was the reason I was able to transfer here. It gave me the chance to focus on my passion for music, explore opportunities I wouldn't have had anywhere else, and build lifelong friendships. Since then, I've received a lot of support, especially from the staff in our College and Career Center, and I'm proud to say that I'm now a QuestBridge National Match finalist. I couldn't have gotten this far without the resources and guidance this school offers. As an introvert, I never saw myself in leadership roles, but Santa Rosa High has helped me change that by providing me the confidence to try. I've taken on roles such as vice president of our school's choir club and the secretary of our AAPI club. The activism present at the school sparked my interest in serving my community, which is why I'm a youth leader for Sonoma County Environmental Program and an employee of the city of Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa High has given me more than just an education. It's helped me grow into who I am today. Shutting it down would take away the opportunities that so many of us rely on to succeed. Please keep Santa Rosa High open for us, for the community, and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kaylin Wen, followed by Dean Johnson, followed by Chanel Deser.
Good evening. I'm Kaylin, a junior class officer at Creo. Speaking on behalf of my school, we'd like to personally thank Jeremy De La Torre for kindly showing up to our town hall meeting last Thursday. At all the previous town hall meetings, the board displayed their 4 options, including the 3-1-1 plan, for the public to have a chance to vote on which option they prefer. For those who missed it, at our Creo meeting, a student-organized poster was displayed entailing our option 6, which suggests the closing the fewest number of schools, ensuring that the district office face equivalent cuts and stops overspending. This option not only prioritizes us students, but seen through the total votes, it's obviously the most sought out option. The overwhelming and apparent reaction of option 6 continues to prove that none of the options suggested by the board should even be considered because simply they aren't sufficient enough. I urge you to keep all high schools open and listen to your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dean Johnson, followed by Chanel Deser, followed by, sorry, I'm struggling, y'all. First name starts with a J, last name Burgess.
Hello, my name is Dean Jansen. I am the ASB Vice President at Santa Rosa High School and a senior in ArtQuest. Although here representing Santa Rosa High School, I am speaking for all high schools and middle school students in the district. Over the years, we've had to handle a wildfire, a global pandemic, violence in our schools, an oppressive administration, and now the closure of a school. A Brown University study shows high school closures lead to a dislocation that causes a dramatic decline in test scores, a surge in behavior issues, and other traumatic issues. These are not only statistics, these are now our inevitable future. I urge this committee and the board to truly recognize the weight of the traumas we've carried and how these budget cuts will have lasting impacts on the students' lives. I urge you to provide extensive support to the students as well as the teachers who are being displaced, particularly those 10th and 11th graders who will be forced to attend foreign high schools during these critical years of development. This upheaval will affect them long into their adulthood. You are now responsible for the mental effects these students will face. You are now responsible for the district-wide decrease in academics that is bound to come. You are now responsible for making the budget and funding to make sure that these statistics don't become our reality. Your overspending has lost the community's trust as well as over the years, you consistently fail to fulfill your primary responsibility to protect your students and provide them with a high education that effectively prepares them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chanel Deser, followed by Jay Burgess, followed by Kristen Reed. Chanel Deser, followed by Jay Burgess, followed by Kristen Reed. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chanel Desor, and I am a junior at Maria Carrillo High School. I stand before you today not just as a student of Carrillo, but a representative of all juniors across the district. As a junior, I'm preparing for the future, and my education at Carrillo has been vital to that process. Many of us, like myself, have worked tirelessly towards building relationships with teachers and staff who understand our needs and ambitions. Losing the school means overlooking teacher and student ties and the teacher recommendations that students like myself have worked towards achieving as seniors. But I am not alone. All juniors at all high schools are experiencing this fear. I urge the board to look closely at ways to keep all high schools open, and if that's not possible, a transition plan must be formed immediately. It's not easy for students to just transfer to a different school, and they all need extra attention and support wherever they land. Any last-minute moves disrupt all social and academic ties between students, which affect their last and most important year of their high school career. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jay Burgess, followed by Kristen Reed, followed by Maddie Smith.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janae Burgess. I'm a senior at Carrillo, and I'm delivering this message on behalf of the Student Voice Club, of which I am the president of. This situation has been tough for all, but we want to emphasize just how much more difficult this has been for students at all schools and in all grades. Every school has felt scared these past few weeks. Scared that they won't have a school to return to after graduation, or that they will have to abruptly spend their next few years, even their senior year, at a new school with completely new people. But why have we been the ones that are the most worried when none of this is our fault? And why are students facing such grave repercussions from mistakes that did not come from our end? Not only does closing schools greatly hurt students, but it also hurts teachers who fear of losing their entire livelihoods. All of this is why the cuts being made to make up the deficit must be fairly distributed between the school and the district level. This should not be a This should not be a reimagining of how students and teachers can change their lives, because the district level, the place where the whole issue originated, is where changes need to be made. It is not any school's fault for this deficit. It is the district's, and the changes made in the upcoming decision need to address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Reed, followed by Maddie Smith, followed by Rob Burt.
Thank you. Over on this side. Good evening. My name is Kristen Reed, and I teach at Montgomery High School. I am here this evening to speak about the school consolidation and closure issue. I have very deep reservations about our district administration's ability to implement and manage these changes and closures, reservations born of nearly 20 years working here. What previous program or policy implementation on a level like this has the district enacted successfully? The A to G rollout was abysmal and has resulted in, among many other things, waves of waivers of a startling breadth and number, frequently in the 11th hour, causing untold hours of additional work for counselors and stress for students and their families. Yes, we're ahead of the state's curve with offering ethnic studies courses, but again, the teachers in classrooms have been tasked with picking up the slack and forging ahead after initial trainings. And that's just two things in the secondary arena. The problem with, for example, something like a 7 through 12 model isn't the model itself. There are definitely strengths that, if it was structured soundly, implemented properly, and supported fully, would make it beneficial for the school community. The problem is that I am supremely skeptical of the district's ability to do this. I'm fully confident that it will be utter chaos from start to well into the beginning of school, and any amelioration of that would be due to the Herculean efforts of staff on site, making their desperate and exhausted best efforts to do right by the students who come to us to learn, to have a secure place to be. I urge you as the board to hold district administrators accountable for the work for which they are responsible, to ask them critical questions, to refuse equivocation, to force uncomfortably honest
Thank you.
answers.
Your time is up. Next, we have Maddie Smith, followed by Rob Burt, followed by Cheyenne Sena.
Hi, my name is Maddie Smith, and I'm a senior at Korea. I'm here today to call attention to the district's consistent lack of effort to provide long-term solutions to its own problems. Right now, the district is in a huge deficit, and their solution is closing schools. But my question is, how long will it take to be in the exact same position 1, 2, or 5 years down the line if the district doesn't stop overspending and budget effectively? School closures is a short-term solution to a way bigger problem. We need to stop the bleeding first, sure, but the community has seen no plans and no commitment from the district to change its behavior, and that is the issue. We have absolutely no reason to believe that this will, in the long run, solve the problem. We can't make and throw out policies and budgets every year when another different person comes in with an idea. We need someone to stick around and stick to a plan. The community should not be in this situation. Students should not be in this situation. Please show the community a sustainable plan for regrowth and prove to us that being here is worth our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rob Burt, followed by Cheyenne Sena, followed by Jude Viking.
My name is Rob Burt. I'm a charter member of Elsie Allen, created the drama program there. For 22 years, I witnessed daily how important it was for young people from underserved communities to have a place that was theirs in a city that often felt like it was not theirs at all. My students produced dynamic theater because they had a place of their own that gave them the agency to create. I had students win playwriting awards at Stanford and Harvard, respectively. One of my students was the only Santa Rosa student ever to be named a presidential scholar. Take away the only place in Santa Rosa, in Southwest Santa Rosa, where there is a strong public school, and you will rob those students of their unique identity. Elsie Allen students have been resilient and productive, with huge numbers of them going on to serve their community in Santa Rosa as a whole. Elsie Allen students stay in this community and give back by working as teachers, nurses, firefighters, business people. They must not be abandoned. Eliminating their sole community school will provide economic hardships surrounding transportation and childcare, doing their families a great social disservice by making them assimilate into other schools. It's time to stop marginalizing the Southwest. Santa Rosa City Schools must do what's right and recognize the injustice of shutting off the Southwest community to opportunities that have made them and Santa Rosa strong. An entire generation.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Cheyenne Sena, followed by Jude Viking, followed by Tomas Salinas.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Sena, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School.
I have one younger brother who's a freshman here and another one who will hopefully be attending here next school year. I can't even begin to explain how much of an impact this school has had on my life. Being a member and a captain on our track and cross-country team, a peer counselor in our new wellness center, a singer in choir, and a new member in the band has truly shaped who I am as a person. The community in each of these spheres on campus are truly rich and unlike anything I've ever experienced, and I know many students, staff, and alumni feel the same. Our school spirit is loud and proud, our Panther pride coursing through our veins. We bleed orange and black. In every track meet, cross-country race, basketball game, wrestling match, football game, and so many more events I've been to, Santa Rosa High School is always the loudest and proudest team to be there. We show up when we fight, we encourage one another and lift each other up. We have history rooted in our foundation, and we share the name of the city. I encourage you all to remember who we are as a school, who we are as a community, and who we are as a family. Do not take our home away from us. We're here proud to rep our orange and black, proud to be a Panther. Don't even try to take that away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jude Viking, followed by Tomas Salinas, followed by Carla Viking.
Hello, I'm Jude Viking. I'm a freshman in Montgomery High School. I love going to Montgomery High School. I participate in sports and after-school activities. I'm in all honors classes, and my dream is to go to a UC school. Closing this school would damage my chances of getting into any of the schools that I would like to attend because I won't be able to get into the classes that I have set up for next year. I have two younger brothers that more than anything want to go to Montgomery High School. And Montgomery High School is more than just a school, it's a community and a culture. Closing it wouldn't be fair to any of the students that go there or any that plan to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tomas Salinas, followed by Carla Viking, followed by Isabella Martinez. Is Tomas Salinas here? All right, I will put his card to the side for now. So we have Carla Viking, followed by Isabella Martinez, followed by Kimmy P.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carla Viking, and I am a parent of a freshman Montgomery student. You just heard from him. And hopefully I will be at Montgomery for 12 years because I have two more boys waiting in the wings. I would just like to start by saying that I'm heartbroken that our larger Santa Rosa community is being pitted against each other. It makes me very sad, and I don't want to see any high schools close. But I need to say my 2 cents for Montgomery. I feel like we're being punished for image and for begging for help. And I don't think that's fair. Our school is full of diverse and resilient and amazing students and teachers, and we deserve to stay. We have excellent classes, excellent programs, the IB program, the athletics. These things cannot just be picked up and moved unless you move the entire cohort, and I don't know where you're gonna put 1,500 kids. We are surrounded by a community that loves these kids and wants to see them succeed. And I would just beg you to think about how you're hurting kids from all different backgrounds and needs if you close Montgomery. Please do not.
Thank you. Next, we have Isabella Martinez, followed by Kimmy P, followed by Mia Chen.
Hi, my name is Isabella Martinez. I am a senior at Santa Rosa High School, and my brother graduated from Montgomery High School this last year. I met my best friend in Art Quest Video Arts. We really bonded over like art and filmmaking. Unfortunately, on May 3rd of 2022, she called my dad and was afraid that I was gonna take my own life that night. I'm gonna try really hard not to cry. I really hate the idea that another student like me might be coming into high school without these wonderful teachers and these wonderful students to support them and make a life that's like, worth living. I want thousands of more students to go through high school feeling like they belong somewhere. With students and teachers that care so deeply for all of us. I don't often talk about this attempt, if ever, because it doesn't define who I am today. Yet I'm here up in front of my loved ones, in front of my friends, and a bunch of strangers talking about something that was so difficult for me to prove a point. And that point is that Santa Rosa High School is why I'm able to stand here and talk to you today.
Thank you. Next, we have Kimmy P, followed by Mia Chen, followed by Lily Roman. Kimmy, could you state your full name for the record?
I'm actually Erin Matthews speaking on Kimmy's behalf. Kimmy had to leave. She has a third grader that was here, needed to go to bed. I'm Kimmy. I'm a part-time attorney and substitute teacher in the district. I'm here to advocate for my daughter's school, Proctor Terrace Elementary. Proctor is unique and amazing for a number of reasons, including its central location, diversity of students, high level of parent involvement, and a bunch of school spirit, high attendance, academic performance, which we hope the board takes into account when making its decisions. One of my favorite aspects of Proctor Terrace is how special education is handled. The school really emphasizes keeping students, even those in need of extra academic or other support, in their main classroom without interrupting the student's ability to be without his or her peers. Proctor has a wonderful program, a push-in model, where many, if not most students, have some special needs are placed with an RSP teacher for certain limited hours during the days. This practice works to prevent any unnecessary stigma in the event a student who is miscategorized needing to be in a special education class all day, every day. Well, there are, of course, some students who have more severe disabilities who legitimately require placement in the full-time SDC classes, in which Proctor has 2 of. Proctor goes above and beyond to try.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Mia Chen, followed by Lily Roman, followed by Lucas Shaw.
Hello, my name is Mia Clem, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I've been in the Art Quest Theater program for 4 years now, this year having 4 out of 6 of my class periods being theater. Theater has been my life passion for as long as I can remember. Art Quest has helped me pursue that passion. The reason I came to Santa Rosa High School from out of district at that, is solely because of Art Quest. I wanted to join this program, and Art Quest has helped me more than ever in so many ways. It's helped me express who I am as a person, learn how to stand up for myself, like be free with my creativity, and just helped me be who I am today. I know that Art Quest specifically has done this for so many other people, and the children of the future deserve to have that same opportunity. As you know, our last show, Dog Sees God, was canceled, and now we're facing our show currently is being censored. Even Sonoma State just had their arts and theater classes cut. Now more than ever, Art Quest is important to have in our community. The arts is what brings us together as people. We are people. Art is part of us. It's not just me, it's not just the Art Quest community, it is everyone in the world. I don't want to go through Art Quest being forgotten, Art Quest being canceled, just as our last show was. We deserve to have the arts and be who we are as people, what makes us who we are. Do not close Santa Rosa High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lily Roman, followed by Lucas Shaw, followed by Heather Benson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lily Roman. I'm here as a sister to a student who went to CCLA, is now at Elsie and part of the football team. My little brother is 16 years old. I also come as a parent on the former CCLA merger committee, in which I spent years advocating on. Many forget that CCLA came out as a result of a lawsuit after the closure of Doyle Park, where many disadvantaged families, particularly Latina families, were displaced. Those on the merger committee wanted to ensure that, unlike a traditional charter, CCLA would be inclusive to the neighborhood students. by offering educational tracks for bilingual, English only, or newcomers. In addition, we weren't just thinking about our school. We wanted to support all students in the 95407 zip code. Our vision is that CCLA feeds into LC and then SSU to build up bilingual, biliterate, bicultural, skilled global citizens of the world. As you consider school closures, I want you to remember that the 95407 area zip code, as noted in the portrait of Sonoma County, is an area in which many BIPOC families experience negative, disparate outcomes. Life expectancy for those in that area is far less than other areas, among other factors. As I see it, if LCLN closes, it presents a civil rights issue. It's the only public high school south of 101 and unincorporated in one of the poorest areas. Consider the data in the portrait of Sonoma County. These youth deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lucas Shaw, followed by Heather Benson, followed by Edith L.
My name is Lucas Shaw, and I'm here to express my frustration as a student of Santa Rosa City Schools. More and better communication from the district regarding their plans is necessary. The public should be better informed about specifically what went wrong to bring us to this state, so that does not repeat in the future. The district has relied on a convoluted way of doing things to hide their mistakes from the public eye. Information needs to be accessible to better inform the public and better the future of this district. Despite how hard you think you have tried to accomplish this, I would like to point out that despite our fiscal deficit being a cumulative issue, the community clearly didn't know about it, especially school closures, until the last few months. With a better informed public, we can hold the people making these errors accountable, which will prevent us from returning to this state. All of the cuts should not solely affect one group, especially not those who are innocent in this situation, teachers and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Heather Benson, followed by Edith L., followed by Elizabeth Anguiano.
Benson, Santa Rosa High, class of 93. I have family enrolled at Santa Rosa High, Montgomery, and CCLA. I have taught social science in Santa Rosa City Schools since 2008 and at Pioneer High School since 2012. When I started at Pioneer, it was a struggling school, and enrollment had dropped below 1,000 students. Pioneer has worked as a dedicated team of teachers, administrators, and support staff to build our programs as we were tasked to do to compete with other high schools. Pioneer now has around 1,400 students enrolled. We have a growth mindset and value the potential of all our students. We have early college magnet with Santa Rosa Junior College and Upward Bound with Sonoma State University. Our STEM certificate program has monthly guest lectures and planetarium shows, which are open to the public. We have innovative teachers who offer project-based learning and community engagement opportunities and internships. We also have the GRACE program, which gives a second chance to students who need extra support to graduate. We help students who are the first in their family to graduate high school, the first in their family to go to college. Our College and Career Center does constant outreach and support to make sure that all our students have a post-graduation plan. Pioneer serves a unique community and has a diverse population with multiple generations attending our school. Our school includes Coffey Park, which survived the Tubbs Fire of 2017. Pioneer is worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to let everyone know that we have about 30 minutes left for public comment on this item. Next, we have Edith L., followed by Elizabeth Anguiano, followed by Jason Dennis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edith Capricorn, and I'm a freshman at Montgomery High School. While I've only been a student here for the last 6 months, I've already grown to adore the establishment that is Montgomery High School. This school isn't just a place I attend every day. It's a community where I've grown deeper connections with my classmates and found a community where I truly feel like I belong. If you close Montgomery, not only will I lose the community and relationships I've worked so hard to build, but so will hundreds of other students that have found their place at Montgomery. I also am a future IB diploma candidate, and if you shut down my school, you are ruining my future and many others at getting the IB diploma and crushing our academic plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Anguiano, followed by Jason Dennis, followed by David Martin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Anguiano, and I attended Elsie Allen High School, and now my son is a freshman there currently. These are reasons why Elsie Allen High School should not close. Elsie is essential to Southwest Santa Rosa by providing the neighborhood with a nearby high school. Elsie provides support to an underrepresented and economically challenged community. Elsie provides value and a high regard for belonging through its diverse student demographics. Elsie provides the award-winning University Center, a partnership with Sonoma State University, which is a specialized program designed to provide intensive preparation in college courses. Elsie provides work-based learning educational pathways such as Logos in Healthcare, Next Gen Trades Academy, the Healthcare Pathway, and Agricultural Mechanics. Elsie provides an award-winning marching band who fundraise to purchase new uniforms after wearing the same uniforms for 30 years. Elsie provides an award-winning FFA program that is a student-led leadership development program. Elsie provides a newcomer center, which helps students transition from just arriving into the country. Elsie provides opportunities for Hispanic heritage traditions by providing programs such as Baile Folclorico and Mariachi. Elsie provides a Spanish immersion program, which gives the students at Cesar Chavez Language Academy a pathway to continue their dual immersion education. Elsie provides Elsie Allen High School Foundation, which provides mentoring, career days, scholarships, college campus visits, and testing assistance. Elsie Allen provides Elsie Allen Ag Boosters, which purpose is to support the agricultural program. Elsie
Thank
provides
you.
the
Your
local-
time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Jason Dennis, followed by David Martin, followed by Sydney Stroud.
Hi, my name is Jason Dennis, and I'm a junior at Santa Rosa High. I play 3 varsity sports, and I help run various clubs, and my mom used to work at Santa Rosa High School. And through all this experience, I've learned one thing. The thing that makes Santa Rosa High special is all the numerous integrated communities that run throughout it. To quote Doug Quartermarsh, the man our track is named after and a coach of mine, we are an everything school. If you want to look into a trade school, we have a state-of-the-art trade program that goes through all of the different varieties. If you're looking towards ag, we have a on-site barn and off-site farm that will help accommodate any student looking towards that. If you're looking for academics, we have a seamless JC dual enrollment program, especially mentioning we are located not even a block away from it, which makes it very easy for in-person classes, which is much harder to do at other places. And looking even towards extracurriculars and clubs. I mean, we host the biggest chess team. Our debate club's going to a meet this Saturday. The list just goes on and on. And the thing that's amazing about these is each of these different groups are all cultivated by dozens, if not hundreds of students. They all combine to create an environment that is welcoming and open to anybody. Santa Rosa stands as a school where everyone is welcome, where everyone can find a place and learn to be themselves.
Thank you. Next, we have David Martin, followed by Sydney Stroud, followed by Maureen Cecil. Do we have David Martin here? On. Then Sydney Stroud, followed by Maureen Cecil, followed by Sierra Stewart.
Short. It's good. Hello, board. My name is Sydney Stroud, and I'm the student body president at Montgomery High School. For the past 4 years, Montgomery has become my community as I have found numerous supportive teachers, classmates, and advisors who've helped me on my journey as a successful student. I am so disappointed in how the school board has treated my school. Not only did you guys let someone die on my campus, but you did nothing about it, simply forgetting it ever happened. You ignore us, always put us last, and disregard us constantly. We waited years for our 2-story building to be finally built, and when we finally thought you guys cared about us, now you want to close us? Shame on you. Montgomery is not only the most diverse school on campus in our district, but it is home to so many amazing sports teams, clubs, and programs such as the IB Diploma program, which is the only one north of San Francisco. So please, think a little bit longer before you decide to close Montgomery. I'm proud to be a Viking.
Thank you. Next, we have Maureen Cecil, followed by Sierra Stewart, followed by Alexa Farnester. Go ahead.
So, my name is Maureen Cecil. I am a teacher in this district. I teach at Pioneer High School, but I also have children who have been here currently are leaving for higher levels. I've heard a lot of people tonight, and the thing that I think is most resonating with me, and I'm not going to read what I prepared because I think the board needs to think about what is really going to be the future of our schools, and will the cutting of schools really save us that much money? I did a little research between grading and lesson planning. We have a $243 million budget, and we need to cut $25 million. That's 10%. You should be able to cut 10% from somewhere else than shutting down schools and, shutting down schools and firing teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sierra Stewart, followed by Alexa Farnester, followed by Dulce Rodriguez Castellanos. Sierra?
Sierra Stewart. I am a Montgomery student. I'm proud to be it. I am on JV basketball, and I've loved this season, and now I'm doubting if we will have another. I am in theater. I'm in theater production, and now I'm doubting if we'll ever have another play. I'm excited for world history and higher classes, and excited for my sophomore year, but now you are making students doubt if they'll ever have another sophomore year at Montgomery. So many, there are so many ways to, there are so many teachers that put in so much effort into our school, like our band director, Mr. Perez, who is my brother looks up to, I've known, and Perez has prepared so many students for so many programs like NorCal that my brother has gotten into, and he's even had students create their own band inside the band room, and his unique teachings have led so many students. And right now, they were playing at Slater for the Bennett Valley area concert. My brother is a junior right now, and your decision changes whether he can graduate his high school that he's been at for 3 years, or he's gonna have to switch that, and he's gonna have to have everything change. You say you want Monty to fight for at school, you've had a fight. You've had a fight before this with Safe Schools Now, in which my mother has started, and we'll keep
Thank
fighting.
you. Your time is up. Next, we have Alexa Farnester, followed by Dulce Rodriguez Castellanos, followed by Joyce Defala.
Good evening, board members. My name is Alexa Forster. First, I want to thank all of the students who came out to fight for your community. You make me have hope for the future. I'm here today to share my family's story. My sons would love to be here too, but they are playing at the joint concert at Slater with Monty High, both my 11th grader and my 8th grader. 2 years ago, our older son Cameron was a freshman at Monty when it was a complete mess, both in terms of student safety and facilities. Although some families abandoned Monty at this point, we decided to stay and invest our time, our money, and love, and encourage the reforms that would help revitalize the school. And I'm happy to report that it is working. The new cell phone policy, the Stop It app, the campus upgrades, the love and time that the Monty students, families, teachers, and administrators have invested over the last 2 years have helped it turn the corner. If Monty is open in the fall, we will happily send our younger son there for 9th grade. Together, our sons will take advantage of Monty's excellent IB program, theater program, band program, and athletic teams. They will learn in a new wing of beautiful classrooms, and we will continue the work as a community to make it the great school it can be. If Monty closes, my family will likely be forced to leave the district. My older son will be facing the 4th grade disruption of his young life, and the beautiful new wing of bond-funded classrooms will sit silent and unused. As a family and community, we refuse to give up on Monty when it was at its lowest point, and we hope you won't abandon us now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dulce Rodriguez Castellanos, followed by Joyce Defala, followed by Olivia Rankin. Is Dulce here? All right, then we will move on to Joyce.
Hello, I'm Joyce Defala, and I am a resident in Santa Rosa in the northeast part of town. I want to acknowledge everybody here for your commitment, your hard work, your support of education. As an American citizen, during these times, it's very enheartening to see the passion in this room for education. I hold a doctorate in multicultural education, and I'm very fond of each of the 5 high schools. I hold the vision that there is a path forward to keeping all 5 open. In that context, I would like to say a word for Elsie Allen. Elsie Allen is a campus that welcomes diversity in ethnicity, in ability, in financial standing. As such, it not only welcomes a diverse population, it creates community among all those diverse components. This is a big thing that supports not only the people at that campus, but all of Santa Rosa and indeed our American democracy.
Thank you. Next, we have Olivia Rankin, followed by Jose Martinez, followed by Leslie Prado. All right, is Jose P. Martinez here? How about Leslie Prado?
Good evening, board members. Thank you for letting us have the opportunity to share my voice. My name is Leslie Prado. I am a junior at Elsie Allen High School, and I'm here to share how Elsie Allen has positively impacted my life. First, I'm speaking for Folklorica Club as the club president. I've been in it for 2 years now, and the past years it's been taught by students from Elsie Allen. This year, we were able to have an official instructor thanks to the hard work over the years. Being part of this club has been an incredible experience, and I do want to state that our school has the most amount of Hispanics. This club helps them be more closer to the roots. Therefore, I would love for it to continue and once more be an opportunity for our people, for more people to be closer to their culture and learn from a culture. I would also like to speak about the UC program, which is only available in Elsie Allen. It's a program that helps students get into colleges and even gives juniors and seniors the opportunity to take free classes at the Sonoma State University. I took an SSU class last semester, and it was a great opportunity to get to see the university experience. Many more students seek this opportunity in our school. But for these reasons, I believe Elsie Allen should stay open. Thank you. Go Lobos.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Averbach, followed by Kira Tast, followed by Christopher O'Brien Ashton.
First of all, board, thank you for letting us have this platform to speak tonight. Proctor Terrace is an academic, caring, diverse, and inclusive community. My name is Jennifer Averbach, and I was a Proctor student during the 70s, a JC student volunteer in the 80s, a parent since 2000, a substitute teacher from 2005, and a teacher there since 2012. I love Proctor Terrace. Our Proctor Terrace educators have a combined total of over 300 years of teaching experience. We love teaching and supporting our students and their families. We are a diverse community of learners. 41% of our students are unduplicated. We have 150 family members who currently have completed the requirements, allowing them to volunteer their time on campus. Every week, there is roughly 60 volunteers on campus, assisting students and staff in classrooms from TK to special day. We are a community of shared resources. We create meal trains for our families when tragedy strikes. We partner with the Salvation Army in adopting families and gift giving during challenging holiday times. We fundraise for our local Humane Society through Kindergarten Chores for Change. Our dedicated PTA raises about $100,000 yearly to support academic, athletic, artistic, and after-school enrichment activities. We are quick to help our families in need. We have a long-standing and dedicated daycare that has been in sight for over 40 years. We are fortunate to host an after-school Boys and Girls Club program to support our students and families. Thank you for listening and for your support.
Thank you. Next is Kira Tast, followed by Christopher O'Brien Ashton, followed by Isabella Gershon. Is Kira here?
I'm Kira Test, and I go to LC Allen. LC Allen is the only public high school campus in Southwest Santa Rosa. Since LC Allen is far from other high schools, buses will have to drive longer distances for students who live in Southwest Santa Rosa to their new schools if it closes. I like this school because the teachers and students are nice to me, and my SEP class helps me feel safer. I would have a hard time getting used to a new school if LC Allen gets closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christopher O'Brien Ashton, followed by Isabella Gershon, followed by Azulito Bernal.
My name is Christopher Ashton. I am here on behalf of LC Allen High School as an alumni that graduated last year. First of all, the closure of these schools should not divide anyone, as this is not any school's fault. And I shall not stand on a silent platform waiting for my school to close. I am here to talk about the relationships between the staff and the students at LC Allen. In my opinion, relationships and a community are the most important part of a teenager's life. And I believe that LC Allen has went above and beyond in this virtue. LC Allen has changed my life. And I didn't just leave a high school, I left a family that gave me a platform that I could truly be myself when I hated going home. I think of all the teachers, and it's hard to pick a favorite because of how unique and special each one was. As a student, I knew that my teachers, the staff, and the people that I saw every day in my halls cared about me. And that's a feeling that shaped who I am. We cannot close a school with such a large community influence. I truly believe that this is a school. This is not just a school. I don't see the people working at LC Allen as just faculty. I see this as family.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Isabella Gershon, followed by Azulito Bernal, followed by Betsy Guillen Sanchez. Is Isabella here?
I'm Isabella Goosen, a student of SRHS and Art Quest in the choir program here, currently a junior. The choir program and just the music program in general here are remarkable. From the teachers to the students to the music we make together, it is all such a unique thing that can't be replicated anywhere else. I love my choir. They're the highlight of my day and my literal lifeline for the motivation to push through school. Without them, my senioritis would have kicked in sophomore year and I would have been done for. They make me laugh, make me ponder, let me sit back and hear the music around me, and remind me that we work together to perform as a family. The Santa Rosa High School Choir has such a legacy that shouldn't be erased. Rows of trophies, operas, concerts, Disneyland performances, legendary alumni, and a fierce spirit of camaraderie for one another is something that should be preserved for future generations of Panthers. The choir room, the music library, and our concert attire are all core parts of this choir's vast history, and to have it torn down would bring shame to our teachers, our students, and the music community of Santa Rosa and beyond. Our former choir director, Dan Earle, is a master of his craft. He steered his choir to many levels of achievement in his day, and he still helps lead us towards greatness now. I don't want to see his legacy go down with ours, so please, if I may say, save Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Azulito Bernal, followed by Betsy Guillen Sanchez, followed by Diego A. Is Azulito here? Okay, how about Betsy? Go ahead, Betsy.
Good evening, members of the board, staff, and community members. My name is Betsy Jaditzikian Sanchez. I am a proud member of the community at Pioneer High School. Thank you to our wonderful educators, staff, and students overall. Grateful for these supportive individuals, I have been able to strive further than ever and have the privilege to call Pioneer my second home. I am not only a junior, but the junior class president of our wonderful graduating class of 2026. Along with this, I play #1 singles and am the vice president of our tennis club, as well as the treasurer of our California Scholarship Federation Club. I have been able to take an ongoing number of 14 Santa Rosa Junior College classes thanks to our early college magnet program. Additionally, I am a fortunate student of a strong advanced placement and honors program, as well as our STEM elective classes located in our very own planetarium and Spark Center. There are so many more wonderful things about Pioneer, but I would need all the time in the world to continue talking about our school. Again, thank you to all of our Pioneer employees and student bodies who have made Pioneer what it is today since 1966. I also want to thank our phenomenal Miss Korea for being the best principal and for assisting me in joining the Superintendent Student Council. And big thanks to Ms. Dr. Daisy Morales and Mrs. Melanie Martinez. With all this being said, I ask you today to let us commit finding better solutions. Let us ensure that we can not only keep Pioneer safe, but also continue other schools with stepping stones for our thriving students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diego A., followed by Christina Kramer, followed hopefully by Tim Decker. We have less than 10 minutes left. I think Diego left. Okay, no Diego. Christina Kramer? No? Tim Decker? Kristen Ott? And after Kristen will be Ree Basham Mintz.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ott, and I have been a proud teacher at Steel Lane Elementary for 25 years. I am reading this on behalf of a parent who could not make it this evening. I am a proud and dedicated parent of a student at Steel Lane, a school that has been part of my life for the past 8 years. Steel Lane isn't just a school, it's a home, a sanctuary, and a safe haven for so many. It serves some of the most vulnerable populations, unhoused families, low-income households, and English language learners. For these students, Steel Lane is a place where they feel safe, loved, and cared for. It's where they can count on being fed, supported, listened to, and loved. Closing our school would strip away the sense of security and stability these children desperately need. Why should the mistakes of this district fall on the shoulders of our students and families? The 3 elementary schools that have been mentioned for closure all serve low-income neighborhoods. It's clear the Consolidation Committee knows this and is relying on the assumption that our families lack the resources to move their children to other districts. Meanwhile, wealthier families are threatening to leave the district, and we're supposed to let this dictate the decision? Why are we prioritizing the voices of a small privileged percentage of the district over the majority of our community? Where is the equity in this decision? This is your chance to demonstrate.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we have Ree Basham Mintz and then Angel Ortega.
My name is Angel Ortega. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Rye here to coach our girls tonight. Santa Rosa City Schools states in its mission that it has been recognized statewide for our equity and social justice initiative. It is unconscionable that a school district which prides itself on said values would so readily abandon a physical presence in an entire half of the city. With the prospect of CCLA's charter not being renewed and the potential closure of Elsie Allen High School, the district would no longer have a single school south of Highway 12. The easy solution in that scenario would appear to be the busing of students across Highway 12, AKA the proverbial train tracks. Those who know history know that that is not a sustainable and equitable solution. I ask of the school board and the district, is that vision that Santa Rosa City School Santa Rosa City Schools wants. LC Allen is an integral piece of the fabric of not only the district, but the entire south of Santa Rosa. No other high school in the district faces the same community stigmas and the same proximity to other high schools in other districts. A portrait of Sonoma County, a report produced by the county and community partners, makes it clear. The inequalities we see in Sonoma County are the result of decisions and policies of people in power. Different decisions can create better, more equitable outcomes. Please make the right decision and act on the values you claim to espouse.
Thank you. I don't think I can let you do a second comment.
Someone else?
I know, I'm sorry.
I mean, you've let it happen before. Why am I the exception?
No, that,
Patrick, would you like to speak on my behalf? Thank you.
I have cards in order of when they were received, and the next I have is Sean Logan. I'm very sorry. I feel that we need to stick to procedure in order to be fair to everyone. Is Sean Logan here? Yes, go ahead. And this will be our last public comment tonight on this item.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Logan, and I am a parent of a student. My 6-year-old son, Daniel, goes to Steel Lane Elementary School. I just want to say that I'm here on his behalf and here on behalf of all the students at that school, and I really do not want that school to be closed. I'm also here in solidarity with all of the students, all of the family, and all of the teachers here in the room tonight, especially these students. They shouldn't have to be here tonight. You know, they should be out having fun, maybe even doing homework, but they shouldn't be here having to worry about their schools closing because the school district can't balance a checkbook. It just doesn't seem fair and it doesn't seem right. Steel Lane is a wonderful school. They have amazing teachers. My son is autistic. He was born with very challenging speech impediment that he's overcome. And we owe that to the students and staff, or to the teachers and staff at Steel Lane Elementary School. He started out in TK in special education, and within a year and a half, he's now in regular classes. He doesn't need a teacher's aid. And we owe that to those teachers. He wouldn't be the amazing kid who just won't stop talking, even though we'd never know if he was gonna talk ever, if it wasn't for the hard work of those teachers. So thanks.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our 90 minutes. Thank you for those of you that shared your voices, and apologies to those of you that we did not have time for. Please email us your comments.
President McNally, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:50 p.m.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion and a second to extend to 11:50 p.m. All in
Second.
favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Board, I'd like to ask that we get through our public comment on non-agenda items and then take a break. All right.
Mean comment on agenda items or like non? Oh, that was just public comment.
No, those did. These were not there when called. These were the ones we didn't get to. Oh, also not there. Not there when called. All right, we are going to move on to item E, public comment on non-agenda or consent items. You will have 90 seconds. I'm going to ask that folks have a seat or clear out so that we are able to hear the folks that are here for public comment on non-agenda items. First, we'll have Lisa Greenstein, followed by Samantha Sharp, followed by Gary Arkoff. These are comments on
Lisa's not here.
non-agenda items only. Okay, no, Lisa, is Samantha Sharp here? Samantha Sharp? No.
Oh.
Gary Arkoff? Gary Arkoff? Karen Wagner?
Me?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Karen.
So I'm here for all of us in this community. I'm also here for our classified staff to have a fair and equitable raise. With all of these cuts that are beginning going on, those who remain will have their hands full with working with all of our students and our family, and we will be there for them. Please respect the classified and pay us what we are deserved and embrace us. I do appreciate everything that's going on. I care deeply for everybody's concerns. And I really want to advocate for the people who work with these students on the ground. We're in our tennis shoes, we're running with them. We work with them daily. So it's the cafeterias, it's the classified in the classrooms. It is the office staff. So please help us out and respect us and embrace us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Courtney Bateman, followed by Michael Titone. Is Courtney here? Is Michael here?
Courtney Bateman. Hi there, my name is Michael Titone. I'm a community member. I'm also a CSCA worker, and I want to echo what the previous speaker said. Please listen to your workers. Please value us. We are essential. And also listen to your students, listen to your staff. I'm in awe of the community that showed up today to advocate for their futures and for all of our futures. This is super important. I also would like you to reconsider the impact of subjecting your students to SROs on campus and the criminal justice system, especially at this time with the current immigration enforcement directive.
Sir, that is an agenda item. This is public comment on non-agenda items only.
Okay, so do you want me to wait?
Yes, if you want to comment on SROs, it would have to wait for that item.
Sure.
All right, thank you. All right, I have no other blue cards for non-agenda items. We are going to take a 5-minute break. We're now moving. Thank you, Melanie. We are now moving to our F items, which are our discussion and action items, starting with a resolution recognizing February 3rd through 7th, 2025 as Week of School Counselor. We have Dr. Luz Elena Perez and Debbie Cardozo.
Good evening, board. I'm so very proud and excited to be able to be the person getting to present this resolution to you, to the board. As counselors hold a very special place in my heart. So this coming month is we have National School Counseling Week, which is the week of February 3rd through the 7th. And we focus on public attention on the unique contribution of our school counselors within the U.S. school system. National School Counseling Week is sponsored by the American School Counselor Association, and it highlights the tremendous impact that school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. National School Counseling Week is always celebrated the first full week of February. And so I want to thank our Director Cardozo for the work she does to support our secondary counselors. More importantly, we have an amazing student who's going to speak about the impact that counselors have had on his life.
Hello, my name is Anthony Wilson, and I'm a junior at Pioneer and the captain of the varsity boys swim team. When I was a freshman, I was an extremely introverted and somewhat troubled kid. I was dual enrolled at a school called the Nova Center for Education, which is a school for children with social and cognitive differences. Due to the nature of Inova, I had been assigned an individual education plan in which I had multiple accommodations. I won't go through all of them, but I will tell you that one of the most important ones I have received is counseling services. My first counselor at Pioneer High School was a woman named Sydney Miller. Miss Miller is a freshman counselor. She is an energetic, funny, and kind person, and she was the first of many great supports during my freshman year. Some of the many reasons I love Miss Miller is she's very supportive and continues to be a large part of my support, even though she's not my counselor anymore. When I was a freshman, I was very withdrawn, antisocial, and nervous. I came to Miss Miller's office almost daily. Some counselors, teachers, or anyone for that matter would have gotten tired of my continual needs, but Miss Miller never turned me away. I always felt welcome and heard in her office. This allowed me to gain the confidence I needed to grow into a new person at my new school. Even though Miss Miller is no longer my counselor because she's only a counselor to freshman students at Pioneer, I still stop by her office literally every day just to say hi. Just like in my freshman year, she's always happy to see me. Miss Miller, however, is not the only amazing counselor at Pioneer High School. Now that I'm a junior, my counselor is Miss Carol Ramirez. Miss Ramirez's flexibility helped me to be in classes that better suit my needs, which has allowed me to be more successful in school. I am a straight A student, and I attribute much of my academic success to Miss Ramirez's kindness, support, and willingness to find classes that better suit me. I've been in private specialized education programs since 5th grade. When I came to Pioneer, I thought that'd be just like the movies where nobody seems to care. I was wrong. The counselors at Pioneer High School genuinely care about their students. I have another counseling support team member at Pioneer who I want to mention, Rick Durr. Rick is a school therapist. In the past, I have had trouble connecting to counselors, but Rick and I clicked instantly. He helped me through some dark places in my life during my sophomore and junior year. And another huge part of my success as a student is Pioneer's early college magnet program, led by Christine Erkin. Miss Erkin is a coordinator of the program, but she's also a counselor. I also see Miss Erkin every day because her office is right next door to Miss Miller. Miss Erkin works with me on my JC coursework, but she is also a nice person to be around. I mentioned earlier that I'm captain of the swim team, and Miss Erkin was the one who pushed me to pursue swimming as my sport in high school and hopefully in college. Even though Miss Erkin is a counselor and not a swim coach, she helps me with my job as captain by encouraging others to join the team. She'll call me into her office when she has new students that need a team to join and need to meet friends because she knows I'm a great person to make others feel included. Had I not come to Pioneer and had these amazing counselors, I would not have made the jump from troubled kid to thriving in advanced classes and being able to comfortably take on 10 classes in one semester with an A average. I wouldn't be a swimmer, and I definitely wouldn't have the confidence I've built with the help of so many. Counselors can make the difference. They definitely have for me.
Thank you, Anthony. I would like to now request that the board consider the approval of Resolution 2425-34, recognizing February 3rd through the 7th of 2025 as Week of the School Counselor.
Board, are there any questions? I see Trustee De La Torre.
I always do this. No questions, just comment. Anthony, thank you so much for coming and speaking. Those are beautiful words. They came from your heart. I'm so proud of you and where you're at now. And I cannot express enough gratitude to the counselors that were so impactful, not only in my education, but my children's education, and so many more. So thank you very much and really look forward to this resolution.
I don't have any blue cards on this item, so board, further discussion?
I move to approve this resolution.
Second.
All right, that was moved by Vice President Manieri, seconded by Trustee De La Torre. Is there any further discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
Aye.
Trustee Banieri. Aye. Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Now moving on to resolution recognizing February as Career Technical Education Month. And this says that we still have Dr. Luz Elena Perez and Debbie Cardozo.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, and members of the board. Again, my name is Debbie Cardozo, and I'm a Director of College and Career Readiness, and I'm very proud to bring forward the resolution to recognize February as Career Technical Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools. Career Technical Education, also referred to as CTE programs, provide students with relevant and meaningful learning experiences. From teaching technical and essential skills to providing students with early college credit opportunities and work-based learning experiences, these programs truly are preparing students to be ready for post-secondary training and continued education, future careers, and life. Santa Rosa City Schools has 20 CTE programs offered throughout our high schools and a CTE exploration course at Santa Rosa Middle School. Tonight, we have with us a few of our CTE program teachers and their wonderful students who will be sharing the impact of these programs. We did have Ms. Patty Hurtado. She's a public and community health program teacher at Elsion High School, and her student here tonight. Unfortunately, they had to leave due to timing. They actually have job shadows scheduled for tomorrow morning at Sutter Health, and so they needed to go home and prepare for that. But I do have the student's speech that I would like to read on her behalf. Okay. Good afternoon, esteemed council members, fellow peers, and guests. My name is Juana Gonzalez Valencia, and I am truly grateful to be standing here today to talk about something that has completely transformed my life, career and technical education, or CTE. Like many students, I struggled to figure out where I fit into the larger picture of my education. I knew I needed something hands-on, something that connected with my interests and my goals. That's when I discovered CTE. Through CTE, I found not just a program, but a pathway to a future I never thought was possible. I had the opportunity to explore the healthcare field, and under the guidance of an incredible teacher, I was able to earn my certified nursing assistant licenses at just 16 years old. One of the most powerful things about CTE is the teachers. They don't just deliver lessons, they inspire students. They didn't just teach us technical skills, they taught us the value of hard work, dedication, and most importantly, the belief that we could succeed. CTE is not just an educational pathway, it's a game changer. It provides students with the tools to succeed, builds confidence, and most importantly, gives us the opportunity to chart our own future. I'm incredibly thankful for my CTE experience, and I know that without it, I wouldn't be standing here today with the same sense of purpose and excitement for the future. Thank you. Okay, and so now we'll turn it over to Ms. Payne.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Payne.
Oh,
I'm a business,
there
my
we
name is Catherine Payne and I teach business at Montgomery High School and I am pleased to bring my student Adrian.
Hi, my name is Adrian Helene Limos, and I'm a proud representative and student of Montgomery High School's Business Program and DECA Club. Our school is unique in Sonoma County. Montgomery is the only school that offers exceptional business programs that exposes students to entrepreneurialism in business, which serves our community at large for a thriving economy. These programs have provided invaluable skills, opportunities, and experiences that are crucial for our future success. It is truly inspiring. For example, making real connections in the business community, understanding the realities of leadership and creating a business, harnessing ambition, and creating your niche in the market. CTE classes have been extremely beneficial to my own growth and development. They have equipped me with essential tools and knowledge that have directly contributed to the success in my own business venture. Closing our school would rob students of a beneficial opportunity to identify a path for a success they never thought about. These classes are invaluable for students seeking help to develop their own business and entrepreneurial skills. I may be only one student speaking on this particular topic tonight, but your decision has a weighty impact on untapped future entrepreneurs in the county. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Moran Valencia. I am a CTE teacher at, not Pioneer, what? At Montgomery High School, and I teach Introduction to Healthcare. This is Annalie Mendoza with you guys tonight.
Hello, my name is Annalie Mendoza. I'm a junior at Montgomery High School, and this is my first year in a CTE class. I was immediately interested in the class when my counselor mentioned Introduction to Healthcare. The class has not only given me the opportunity to learn new things about the healthcare field, but also new things about myself. With the CTE class, I've been able to learn from our very own athletic trainer, go to one of our community health clinics, and hear from amazing healthcare professionals, and be a part of many hands-on labs. Introduction to Healthcare has been very helpful in helping me understand what I'm truly interested in and giving me more clarity on the future pathway I wish to take in the healthcare field. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Lisa Peel from Santa Rosa High School. I'm the CTE Department Chair, and I'm here tonight representing the agriculture portion of CTE, but offered at both LC Allen High School and Santa Rosa High School. Today, we have Santa Rosa FFA's President Keelan Walker and Santa Rosa FFA's Secretary Riley Peel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keelan Walker, and I am the Santa Rosa FFA Chapter President. I am not only here to talk about myself, but the other 273 students who are enrolled in an ag class at Santa Rosa High School. FFA is a national organization that helps students become leaders, public speakers, and this organization uses hands-on learning to teach. At the beginning of this school year, Santa Rosa FFA members and I were given the privilege to participate in the 150th anniversary of Santa Rosa High School. Walking around main building in this blue corduroy jacket, I was stopped by generation and generation by FFA alumni who told me that they have the same jacket hanging up at their house. Santa Rosa FFA was found in 1928, making it the second official chapter in California. This jacket not only represents myself, but our school's chapter at the state and national level. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Riley Peel. I'm a junior at Santa Rosa High School, and I'm Santa Rosa FFA's chapter secretary and the junior class vice president. I came to Santa Rosa as an intra-district transfer, and Santa Rosa High School has opened me up to a world that I would have never been able to fully embrace had I not attended. A world of dedication, professionalism, responsibility, and accountability. FFA has allowed me to travel the country, compete as a state and national finalist with agri-science projects, and participate in conferences that make me the leader that I am today. Inside and outside the classroom, I've learned how to work with others effectively, human or not. I've been able to care for something other than myself, treat it as an extension of me. The most valuable lesson that FFA has taught me is to be an advocate, to educate myself about agricultural topics and in turn, educate others in an unbiased and informative way. Representing an industry that is the backbone of America in a positive light, which I would never be able to do without SRHS. Others should be able to do the same.
We welcome all of you to take those flowers home with you. They were made by the advanced floral students at Santa Rosa High School. Enjoy your evening.
Okay, we will now turn it back over to the board to consider approving this resolution to recognize February as Career Technical Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So board, I do have a blue comment on this item. So questions only first. Are there any board questions? Trustee Medina.
Yeah, this is for Debbie. I was wondering what the governor's new announcement on a master plan on career education might mean to our district, if there's anything known, and what our involvement is or how we can engage, whether as board members or as a district?
Yeah, great question. And so, yes, that is great that the state is coming forward with additional guidance. And anytime that state comes down with additional guidance, that definitely drives the work and how we move in Santa Rosa City Schools. We'll have to go through it and see where there is alignment naturally, and then where we may need to pivot, accordingly. So yeah, definitely informs our work as any federal or state things that come out.
I think the other thing, I think today it was really abundantly clear that we have amazing programs in
Yes.
all our high schools, as presented here as well. I know recently I reached out to Assistant Superintendent Castro about potentially using the CT model curriculum to create a visual and performing arts pathway at LC. But one of the obstacles oftentimes seems to be teachers needing special CT certification. So I'm wondering what resources are available for us to help provide professional development to our teachers so we could provide more of these opportunities to our students, maybe adapting existing programs to create these opportunities that then potentially bring more funding for our district to help provide these services.
Yeah, another great question. So we're fortunate to have currently educator effectiveness grant funding that we've been leveraging to support teachers with securing their designated CTE credential if they have appropriate industry experience in that particular industry sector. And so we can definitely support that. Certainly, as we look at establishing any new programs, whether it be CTE or anything, we need to look at the landscape of the school, what the school can accommodate, facilities and things of that nature. But we definitely can continue to explore further development of our programs. We're really excited. We just established the healthcare program at Montgomery this year, an education program at LC Allen this year as well. So we're continuing to build and grow. We do definitely see student interest, and then definitely wanting to prepare our students for college and career and all opportunities. And so if there's an opportunity to explore with a certain school site, then we can have that conversation with the site administration and look at how we could make that work if it fits.
And I think the other thing that I'm really excited about, we ran into each other at the Sonoma County Coalition for Internships. I'm wondering if you'd be able to talk about that work and how it impacts this CTE within our schools.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really proud of our work around work-based learning experiences. We actually in the county are a leader in the development of our scope and sequence, as well as defining what that means and what that looks like and how to actualize that in the classroom and beyond. And so we have been working very closely with the CTE Foundation of Sonoma County. They are a strong and longstanding partner with our school district and has supported CTE programs for a number of years. So in conjunction with their support and the Sonoma County Office of Education, we are looking at work-based learning experiences county-wide, particularly on that further side of the continuum, internships, and how we can collectively, first starting with healthcare, identify partners that would be willing to host internships for our students and working through, there's a lot of liability and things that you have to work through to make those work. But we've definitely come together as a county to really try to collectively work on that. And so we can provide these experiences for students. And then in conjunction with that, we've also been providing professional development for our teachers on how to implement work-based learning as an instructional strategy. So we know that we want to get kids out to internships, right? But they need to be prepared to do that internships, which includes experiences like job shadows, which our LC Allen students are experiencing tomorrow at Sutter Health, or industry tours or guest speakers. We had a great career day for our middle school students this fall, and for 8th graders. And so we are doing a lot of work around that. And again, I'm super proud of that because we have other districts that are using the work that we created and built not only with teachers, but with industry and community partners as a model. And they're modifying it and implementing it in their districts. So yeah, a lot of great work around that.
And my final question, earlier in our public comments, we heard about people receiving ads about attracting people to their schools and all that. As well as I know that we have amazing programs in our schools And oftentimes I feel that people just don't know about them.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering, what could we as a board do to help better promote that, provide the district resources or direct the district to better inform the community of these amazing programs and opportunities that exist for our students? Because I think it's clear that we need to do a better job.
Mhm.
So yeah, your input would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, that's one of the elements of a high-quality CTE program is the program recruitment and retention, that focus. So that's something we've actually been working on with our industry advisory committee. So we have a district CTE advisory committee that I support and work with partners to talk through these very things. I mean, as a board member, I think that messaging and just word of mouth is a great way to get information out. I mean, you guys are very well connected individuals. And so I think that we can be our best advocates and really sharing about all the different opportunities that are available. I know we have some new board members. And so if there are, and also folks that have been with us for a while. So if there's ever a need to see our CTE programs in action, so you feel more comfortably speaking about them, we invite folks out to our schools to come see all the amazing things, not just hear about it tonight, but see it in action because it is truly amazing. Yeah, so I know what we are working on is we have like marketing materials and publications, and we're trying to figure out how do we get into different spaces that we maybe haven't thought of. So we recently formed a partnership with our local libraries to put our CTE publications in those. We went to DLAC this month, and they said that they would like more information shared with parents. And so that's something we're trying to figure that out. But I will also say if there's something else that you all think that we can do better, I welcome feedback as well, because collectively, that is how we message about the amazingness of our programs is working together. And I don't have all the solutions, but I would love to design something that would outreach even further than what we've been working on.
I just ask, are feeder districts as well? Do we interact to communicate with them, or if so, how?
Yeah, so we have, when the counselors go out and do like course requests and things like that, I mean, they're connected to feeder districts, absolutely. But that is something that, as far as doing like a special event or something like that, we haven't looked at that, but that's definitely something that we can explore. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think too, something else I wanted to add, there's a lot of grant money in CTE, and recently we just received preliminary notification that we were awarded $1 million in CTE incentive grant funding, and it gets approved by the state board this month. And then typically we receive our official notification a little bit later after that. But the reason I bring that up is because a part of that grant that I wrote included middle school career CTE wheel courses. And so our students can be more prepared and make a more informed decision when they go into high school. And so we're very heavy CTE at the high school level, but we're looking at middle school. And my dream is to go down into elementary, And so how can we start preparing our students even more, which I think is also a form of recruitment and information and power of choice in that sense. So, yeah.
Trustee Kirby?
Yes, thank you for being here. So CTE programs is one of the areas I'm most passionate about, and one of the reasons that I chose to take on this position. You brought up the grant. Is there anything that we can do further as a board or at the district level to help you with writing these grants or getting that out there? Because I know there is a lot of grant money out there available. Are we providing, I know we don't have a grant writing team per se, which I
me.
think we should have one.
It's me, and I will say, I was just totaling up how much, and I'm very modest. Like I'm a very humble. Like I'm not a braggadocious person, but I was totaling up the grants I was managing because I was like, man, this year I've been busy, you know? And I'm proud to say, I don't have the official number on me, but it was, yeah, over $3.5 million that I've secured for our district to support CTE initiatives. So I thank you. Thank you, thank you. And those are just grants that I have written. So whether that be the CTE incentive grant, the Perkins grant, we also have Ag Incentive Grant. We have a college and career access pathway grants for all of our 5 comprehensive high schools. We just got Golden State Pathway grant funding. There's a long list. And those are grants that I have personally written. I submit, I manage all the reporting around that. But then we also have other grants. And so we have like the American Rescue Plan Act grant through the CTE Foundation of Sonoma County. That was for $555,000. And so we have that. And although we're not the lead on that, we are a partner in that. So we benefit from that. We also partner in some consortium grants with the county office as well. There's one that we have that's a K-12 strong workforce in education. And that was a little over 60,000. So, we're, yeah, if you could, figure out how to clone me.
No, well, thanks for all
Maybe a
that.
STEM program could do that. But yeah, I mean, I say that jokingly in that, I've been in this district a long time. I am a CTE student. I grew up on a dairy. I was an agriculture teacher at Elsion High School. I am CTE. Like I love CTE. And so I'm thankful for the support. And I share that to say that we've been very fortunate that our board has always supported CTE programs and has seen the value of CTE. And it's been wonderful. And that's why we are able to build and keep going after additional funding because of that support. So just keep the support coming. That's great. Thank you.
Well, thanks again for all your hard work in getting
Thank
those
you.
grants. One area that I went to some of the seminars during the onboarding process. I was a little surprised that Sonoma County is one of the only counties that doesn't have inter-county CTE programs with, like Marin and some of the other, Napa. They form the regional partnerships and share their CTE resources, so to speak, amongst each other. So at some point, I'd like to try to help get us involved in that.
Okay.
And instead, I appreciate working from the bottom up at elementary, but I also want to keep expanding outwards and expand our pathways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
Other questions, board?
Just one more. It's real quick. Do you know when the our CTE funding from the county ARPA grant money ends?
Yes, it was originally scheduled to end December of this year, 31st, and it was extended for another year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, I have one blue card. Angela Gigliazza. You will have 90 seconds.
Hello, my name is Angela Gigliazza. Thank you for the time given for this. SRTA appreciates all of our CTE teachers, the classes and programs they offer, and the efforts they make to impart soft skills to our students while teaching other jobs-related skills. California Dashboard recognizes students as career-ready if they complete a CTE pathway, which is 3 courses in succession, and pass one SBAC exam. SRTA members invite the board to consider creating a CTE pathway for graduation that does not require the A through G requirements. For many students that would benefit from the CTE courses, they are limited to the ability to enroll in them because they are struggling to repeat over and over the A through G courses to gain required units to graduate for the UC CSU admission requirements. SRCS requires students to pass courses meaning with a D, which qualifies them for graduation requirements. This does not qualify them for the CSUs and UCs. This disparity creates a particular difficulty for students, especially in the course pathways that build upon each other. like the world language and math requirements. Students with additional English support classes also find it nearly impossible to complete the CTE pathway 3 courses. We need a CTA pathway.
Thank you. Your time is up. I have no other blue cards, so this comes back to the board for discussion. Trustee De La Torre.
I want to thank the teachers. Thank you so much. Thank you to the students that have come out and offered your reflections on your opportunities. Like Director Kirby, I'm extremely passionate about CTE as well. As a founding member of the Cloverdale FFA chapter over 30 years ago, I can attest the blue corduroy jackets do not change. Great to see them. But being able to experience culinary, auto shop, wood shop, they are things that guided me in my mechanical aptitude to do what I do professionally now and to have a passionate neediness to be in school and experience those. It wasn't just math and science, but it's what else can I do? What else can I provide? And I'm grateful that our district is offering these, and I'm looking forward to more opportunities to continue and add growth to these robust programs that are so important to so many of our student body.
Trustee Caston.
Thank you all for the presentation, and I obviously support the recognition month. I didn't graduate with a high school diploma. I got an equivalency when I was 16 and was able to re-enter higher education through CTE programs. So I know the value of it, and they gave me a pathway to eventually earn my master's degree. So there's a lot of value, and I appreciate all of that work. It seems from the questions that we're having that there's a lot more to the scope of our interest in this than the recognition month. And so perhaps we could also add this as a future board item to go further into the grant strategy and the other things that Trustee Medina and Kirby brought up.
Any other board discussion? Trustee Medina.
I would just really encourage board members to really take time to look at the state's CTE model curriculum standards. I think it's really important to understand. I think one of the important things to also understand is on the state dashboard, the new college and career indicator, that's the newest one, and really understanding what goes into it as we look at developing policy in terms of what we expect of students and what we focus on. I think having an understanding of those things will be critical. So please go to the State Department of Education site and you can look these things up and learn more.
If there's no further discussion, we are seeking a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 2025/25-35 as Career Technical Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools.
Second.
Moved by Trustee De La Torre, seconded by Trustee Medina. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Zuniga.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
And I just want to say that Maestra Moran, a couple of months ago, she was the Teacher of the Month by one of the radio stations. So congratulations again, Maestra.
Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to our next resolution, recognizing February as African American History Month. And we have Dr. Roderick Castro and students from Pioneer High School's Black Student Union.
Dr. Castro had to go pick up his daughter at 9, so Dr. Perez is taking point.
Thank you, Dr. Perez.
Yes, my pleasure. So we have this very important resolution recognizing February as African American History Month. African American History Month is an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time for recognizing their central role in U.S. history. The 2025 Black History Month theme, African Americans and Labor, focuses on the various and profound ways that the work and working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary, intersect with the collective experiences of Black people. Indeed, work is at the very center of much of Black history and culture. Black History Month acts as a reminder to reflect on and amplify Black voices and discover the ways African Americans have contributed to American culture through scholarship, music, dance, art, theater, language, food, athletics, fashion, and values. And with us, we have some students from the BSU from Pioneer High School. Introduce your name.
Yes. Good evening, members of the board and community. My name is Judah Kita. And sorry. I'm a student at Pioneer High School, and I want to talk about why recognizing February as National African American History Month is important. This resolution goes beyond just honoring history. It's about making sure that the contributors of African Americans are seen, valued, and remembered. From people like Dr. Carter G. Woodson creating Negro History Week in 1926 to Black History Month becoming a national celebration in 1976, this tradition ensures that Black voices and stories would remain something that's important and part of our history. And for a student like me, seeing my people's history recognized in schools makes me feel represented. And it reminds me that despite challenges of racism and injustice, African Americans have continued to persevere and move forward, shaping this country in countless ways. And this resolution highlights that African Americans have enriched schools and communities by promoting fairness, equality, and justice for all. It also calls for Santa Rosa City Schools to encourage critical reflection, courageous conversations about systematic racism and bias, while affirming that the rights of African American students to be treated with respect and dignity would not just be words. They would be actions that would help create schools where students like me can feel safe, supported, and valued. And the 2023 theme, Black Health and Wellness, is another powerful reminder of the importance of equity today. It encourages us to recognize how health inequities still impact Black communities and to celebrate the resilience and contributions of Black leaders in medicine, wellness, and advocacy. This resolution would help advocate the long history of African Americans from when we arrived in 1619 to not only fighting for their own freedom, but for the rights of all Americans. Thank you for supporting this resolution.
I'm a second student on behalf of Pioneer High School. My name a senior at Pioneer High School, thank you. And I'm just representing BSU with my unique perspective. And continuing what Judah was saying, whereas in 2008, the first African-American president of the United States was elected. And whereas in 2012, President Barack Obama was elected to serve a second term. And whereas in 2012, California historically elected the most African Americans to serve in the legislature, thank you, totaling 12 members. And whereas in 2018 marked the highest number of the African American members serving in the United States Congress, totaling to 55 members. And whereas African American and African Americans have been great inventors, inventing and improving on innovations such as air conditioning unit, automatic gear shift, blood plasma bag, clothes dryer, doorknob, doorstop, the electric bulb, elevator, fire escape, ladder, fountain pen, gas mask, golf tee, horseshoe, lantern, lawnmower, lawn sprinkler, lock, lubricating cup, refrigerator, spark plug, stethoscope, telescope, and traffic symbol, and the typewriter. And whereas African American History Month commemorates and celebrates many different achievements as African Americans, whether that be in academic pursuits, business, fine arts, political action, and science. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Governor and Board of the Santa Rosa City Schools District, and the district takes great pleasure in recognizing February 2025 as African American History Month, urges everyone in join in celebration of the accomplishments of the African American during this History Month, and encourages the staff and students of the Santa Rosa City Schools to recognize not only how many different talents of African Americans, but also the great achievements, contributions, and sacrifices that have been made to help create equity and equality inside and outside of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate having our students here to speak on behalf of this very important resolution. The work that we do in our ethnic studies classes across our district, where we've embedded ethnic studies, really elevates as well the importance and significance of of African Americans in our community and in our schools. So I'm really, really happy that you were able to stay and be here for this resolution. So we now ask the board to consider approval of resolution number 2024-25-36, recognizing February as National African American History Month.
Thank you so much. Are there any board member questions? Trustee De La Torre?
Thank you, students, so much for your time, your energy, and your beautiful words. Not to put you on the spot, but while you have the board in front of you, is there anything you would wish to ask of this board to ensure that your culture and people are better represented and celebrated as we're discussing this resolution?
I would like to say that there are so many other programs that have been implicated, and I feel like in elementary schools, I didn't go to an elementary school in Santa Rosa City Schools, but I feel like if you talk more about history altogether, like ethnic studies, that's already being implemented everywhere. And if you just include that more in the curriculum, that's all we're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to add to that because I went to elementary school in like places like near Bennett Valley, like Spring Creek Elementary School when it used to be called that. And all up until now, Pioneer was the only school that I've known that had any like clubs or programs supporting like Black or African Americans.
And what a beautiful opportunity to share these experiences at such a younger age and help you be seen and heard and loved early on. So thank you for sharing that. And we're going to make sure that district leadership takes those notes and we continue to blaze a path for betterment.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Other questions? I have no blue cards, so board comments, discussion.
I move to approve the resolution recognizing February as African American History Month.
Second.
Moved by trustee Manieri, seconded by trustee Medina. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zuniga.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Bedina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. All right, we will now move on.
Trustee, President McNally, I was going to ask that maybe we move that G9 item to vote on it really quick, just because we have a legal obligation to make a decision on that, and our time's running out.
Are we able to make adjustments to the agenda at this point?
If nobody objects, we are.
I'll object.
I think we should have made that adjustment in the beginning.
We didn't have to, but it's okay.
We extended the meeting until 11:50, correct? Not 10:50? Okay.
Correct. All right, so we'll move on to item F4, discussion of the working group school resource officer MOU and guidance to the 3x3 committee. I decided to bring this forward as a discussion item. It feels like this board as a whole has not talked about school resource officers in a long time. The 3x3 committee has been working for a long time on this MOU. And so I wanted us to get all of the work that has been done so far on the table for the entire board to see, for the public to see. And I want us to have a discussion so that we can give direction back to the 3x3 to help them in finalizing an MOU draft. Dr. Morales, is there anything you want to say?
No, we have the working group document that the working group actually facilitated back in May, I believe. And then I know members of our 3x3 collaborated on some additional changes, and Trustee Medina put that together. So both of the documents are on there, and because I knew people would want to know the difference, I did the line by line comparison with the bolded words so people could see where the differences were at. I don't know if members of the 3x3 that made comments into that document would like to comment, but I gathered all of the documents and kind of helped facilitate seeing the difference between the two.
I see Trustee Delatorre and then Trustee Medina.
Thank you for bringing this to the agenda. And I just want to be very clear, there are not two separate MOUs. Sometimes this is read as division. There's not an MOU that the working committee created and then a different MOU that SRCS has created. It is one working MOU created by the committee that involved no elected officials. And the suggestions in here are suggestions that were made within the ad hoc committee with our 3x3 and the 3x3 of the city council. This was not just the Santa Rosa City School Board's 3x3 making suggestions that didn't go forward. Time is of the essence with this, which is why it's so important that it's brought to the agenda tonight. I requested a pilot program in December 2023, and we're 13 months later still trying to get some stability and direction on this.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, thank you. I think just I'd like to provide a little bit of background. As Trustee La Torre mentioned, this board voted to look into establishing a pilot program back in December of 2023. Prior to that, a 3x3 committee had already been established to look at addressing issues that we could collaborate with the city and the district, something that had not occurred for many years. This was the primary focus of the work that occurred within that 3x3 committee. As we've been dealing with a lot of things, there was a transition from our previous superintendent to our current superintendent. Our last meeting as a 3x3 occurred with our prior superintendent. From that meeting, what was kind of left out there was that the MOU that had kind of been generated, it would be accessible to all the members of the committee to look at and provide input and feedback. And then I did make one attempt to try to get another meeting going, but it was really hard to get everybody scheduled as everybody's really busy that serves on that committee. So what I looked at was a lot of the input that had been provided, primarily by former Trustee De La Cruz and Sergeant Matt Crosby, was where a lot of the input primarily came from. I kind of compiled that into the final document that then between our last meeting and this meeting, I sent an email with that document to Trustee McNally, as well as Trustee Manieri, as well as Mayor Stapp, as well as Vice Mayor Eddie Alvarez, for that transition of leadership to understand kind of where we were at. And my suggested path to move forward was to ensure that we each have our legal teams give one additional review to this, and then maybe we bring it back to our respective bodies to make a decision to move forward. And after that, then we could direct our staff to start collaborating, if it was passed, towards looking for funding, because yearly funding would be an issue. I know the city's strapped for money, and I'm pretty sure you all know we are too. So that was the suggested path forward that I put forward in the email to our leadership as well as the city's leadership.
Thank you, Trustee Medina, for giving that background. And I'll say the reason I agendized it this way, I think because so much of the work that you did happened after the last 3x3 meeting, I would just want to make sure that this goes back to the 3x3 at least once before we send it to our legal team for a review. I see Trustee Caston and then Trustee Kirby.
A question on the item, I'll save my comments for after public comment. It says the working group consisted of SRCS, SRPD, SCO, the NAACP, and then nonprofits and parents. Is there a more specific list of the people who participated in the working group?
No, the working group, the 3x3 or the working group did vote?
The working group that drafted the MOU. Can we expand on what nonprofits and parents means?
I think one of the things, if I may, just was that there was a lot of, the idea was to try to have those people stay kind of
I don't need
like
their
not really
names.
share too much because of fear of outside influence. Like I don't even know who was on it, but I know that Sergeant Crosby and Chief Cregan were involved. I know that Chief Cregan was the one that put the original proposal forward, but in terms of who was totally on there, me personally, I don't know, because I think that was part of the thing to kind of keep that closed off so that those people didn't face undue influence.
And I'm more asking just because I want to understand the scope of the diversity of this committee, because my understanding is that it was pretty broad. And so if we don't have the specific information, that's fine and we can move forward.
Trustee Kirby?
Just some clarification on the background. So the copy that we have with the bold letters that are in here, these are the edits that you added in, correct?
So these were, so you know how on a Google Doc edits are kind of made and stuff. They were kind of edits that were clicked accept on. And so I don't know if that makes sense. So, but what I looked at was there's a lot of commentary from both sides on what and why. And these were, to me, it was like the compromise language that made sense.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Well, the follow-up is, so in the group, you said that you sent this to look at again. I didn't hear you mention SRPD, who is, this agreement is with them. So I'm concerned that they then haven't seen your edits that you're saying that you added in.
I'm sorry, I did actually also include Sergeant Crosby and Chief Cregan when I sent it out.
And they agreed to all of these additions?
Since I sent that out to the leadership of both organizations, I have not heard back. This is how it was first presented to me since that email. This was the first.
Okay, so they haven't responded to these additions yet?
Not to me.
Okay.
So Trustee Kirby, I've seen the Google Doc with all of the comments, and there were comments definitely from former Trustee De La Cruz and from Sergeant Crosby. I didn't see a way to present the Google Doc with comments to the board. So I appreciate the work that Trustee Medina did in trying to create a draft that represented those comments. But I want us here tonight to discuss those possible changes. Hopefully that answers your question a little.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure that SRPD was involved in this, and it sounds like they are kind of, but haven't yet responded.
Yes,
to
they
these
were
potential changes.
They were involved in making suggestions, but this draft is not an approved draft.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Trustee De La Torre?
Yeah, just confirming and making sure this is very clear to this board. The Bold on this document are suggestions made during the ad hoc. These are not approved revisions through that ad hoc. These are suggestions that were made by multiple parties through that process. Unfortunately, that process was last commenced in June 2024, and we had not gotten back to this. Sergeant Crosby and SRPD and Chief Cregan are aware of these suggestions. They're part of that ad hoc committee. Sergeant Crosby was. But we're bringing this to this board for information to be viewed. Ultimately, what started all of this was a non-viable, non-active MOU in 2020. And to this date, in 2025, we do not have an approved active MOU on a memorandum of understanding for both agencies to collaborate and work together. And that is putting more students and staff and community at risk to not have that understanding agreed upon.
Trustee Medina?
I think I'd add, again, for history, and I know you, Trustee Kirby, know because you served on the ad hoc originally, that us as a district, through our ad hoc, the commitment was to continue the thorough program with changes. Unfortunately, when we sent our letter in December of 2020 to the city, there was never a response and nothing got done. There was no follow-up. There was a lot of staff changes, both at the city, then here, and then we had to deal with schools reopening from COVID. So a lot happened. And then unfortunately, what happened in March of 2023 at Montgomery happened. But from this body, the intent has always been to bring the program back. Everybody knows I'm completely opposed to it, but it's the will of the body. I think in terms of this document and what I said in that email, I think there was one other component that was important. And I think I'll add that I sent that because knowing that I was no longer president, this work needed to continue. And, I don't think it was up to me to decide how to follow up. But the biggest thing that I think there isn't an agreement on is on the training part. And that's the part that I put in the email that I sent. The idea that an SRO should have SRO training, I think was critical.
Trustee Medina, I think this would be better for the discussion part. Could we go to public comment first?
Okay.
I want to hear what you're saying. I just feel like it's part of the board discussion.
Okay.
Are there any other clarifying?
I thought that's what we were at, but sorry.
Are there any other clarifying questions? Trustee Caston?
So my understanding is there's two timeline issues out there. One is the testing of officers through their contracts for special assignments, which occurs in the spring. And then also a funding deadline, which requires collaboration for applying for grant funding. And I've heard something around about closing in June, but obviously it would have to be developed. Is there a date that's being considered as if it doesn't meet by the 3x5? Because a part of the concern I'm hearing here is this is also a committee that's been so hard to organize. It hasn't met in 7 months. And so I'm just like, when you're contemplating at least one more meeting, is there a time frame to the contemplation of that one more meeting?
I don't have an answer to that. Dr. Morales?
If the board would like to consider, because I understand from my predecessor that it was the head of each of the 3x3 that kind of tried to get both sides together. I know that my counterpart, Marikisha, and I could start trying to schedule the meetings because I know everybody's really busy, but I know it used to be in his role as President Medina with the lead of the city trying to get the teams together. But her and I can facilitate when the meeting will occur to maybe make sure it gets on everybody's calendars. We can do that work of scheduling those meetings if it's at the pleasure of the board so that we can facilitate kind of try to pick up some momentum to get the two sides together, if the board would like.
Trustee Delatorre?
I would highly approve of that approach because time is of the essence here. We cannot continue to kick this can down the road and ignore this very important situation. And the inability of another committee to get together and approve this has delayed this long enough. So if you could work with the city manager, that'd be amazing to get something on calendar so that it can come back to both entities for voting, whether it's approved or disapproved. It needs to come back in its final form for a vote.
And then also I recommend that our 3x3 meet as soon as possible.
And remember, we are still on questions. Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, it's a request, not a question. Hold off? What would you prefer?
Hold off.
Okay.
Clarifying questions. Trustee Zuniga?
Can I be present for the 3x3? Am I allowed to participate? Not participate, but just be there or not?
3x3, I think we'd have to get the okay from the city because it's a joint meeting and I think one of the critical things is, I think, because there's not a majority of anybody, I think people feel the ability to be very honest and open and so I don't know if that would be okay, but I think we'd have to ask our city partners before saying yes or no.
All right, I would like to get to public comment. I have a number of cards, starting with Michael Titone, followed by Brent Stewart, followed by Adriana A. And as a reminder, you have 90 seconds each. Go ahead.
There, my name is Michael Titone. I'm asking you to reconsider the impact of subjecting students to SROs on campus and the criminal justice system, especially at this time with the current immigration enforcement directives coming from Trump. The potential harm that can be done to members of our community by putting a criminal record on students has always been terrible. Incarceration and criminalization should be avoided at all costs as they exacerbate the issues that are underlying the violence and other problems that we see that lead to situations like this. But it's never been more terrible. We're being told that schools are now a potential target for ICE, but the risk is also students confronted by law enforcement is just greater now. If they're arrested and they go through the jail, the risk of being targeted by ICE is there as well. At the very least, protective guidelines that respond to the new federal directives should be defined. And I would like to see us work as hard as we can to keep students safe, not only from harm on campus, but also from the harm that we are generally, more complicit and okay with as a society.
Thank you. Next, I have Brent Stewart, followed by Adriana Arison, followed by Alegria de la Cruz.
Yeah, my name is Brent Stewart. I'm a Montgomery parent. My junior was a freshman, one class down when there was a murder in art class in front of the teacher. That student bled out because there was no SRO on campus to clear the scene. Paramedics waited, I don't know the exact stats, 35, 45 minutes. Well, that student died. One life is worth whatever budget concerns you have about SROs. And if we're talking about emotional distress of being around a police officer, how about the emotional distress of having your high school shut down? I think we can do better. 13 months, we fought 13 months ago to get this back on the agenda. And some of these board members have intentionally kicked the can down the road, making sure it never happens. Thank goodness some of them are no longer on this board. Some still are. The failures of this board, not just on this topic, but on the budget, on the schools. Frankly, I have no confidence in this board. I kind of think you should, I know I shouldn't jump subject. Let the state take over. They can't do worse than what you guys have been doing.
Thank you. Next, we have Adriana Arizon, followed by Alegria de la Cruz, followed by Scott Kincaid.
Thank you. My name is Adriana Rizon. I'm a community member and also a concerned parent of a Montgomery High School student. Actually, two of them. One just graduated last year. I'm in constantly concerned about my children's safety everywhere they go. School should never be a place that I should be concerned about my child's safety. And with the new presidential administration threatening their humanity and their safety further, with ICE being given access, my concern keeps growing. Feeling safe is fundamental to learning, as you all know. Feeling safe is fundamental. Police officers on campus are not safe to my children and to me. Our children are facing many threats. Don't make another decision that further threatens them. Like Councilmember Sarah, I believe, said earlier, you've caused enough harm. Start repairing. Support students. You want to stop school closures? You want students to show up? Then please show up for them. Please do not place police officers on school grounds. Instead, use that funding to support your teachers, counselors, and other caring adults to support loving relationships with our students.
Thank you. Next, we have Alegria de la Cruz, followed by Scott Kincaid.
Good evening, board. It is such a sad statement about the over-politicization of the issue of safety in schools that our partners at the city couldn't schedule a meeting with us for 6 months. Yet in less than a month of this new board being installed, we have MOUs for discussion in front of us. This is not a time to bring police back on campuses. We live in a community where our criminal system continues to collaborate with ICE and is less than transparent and honest about the real impact on our families, on our communities, with regards to its ongoing collaboration. For immigrant children and families, now more than ever, police in schools do not result in increased safety. If anything, given the horrific recent actions of this new federal administration, it will result in increased risk to safety. And this MOU does not reflect the hard work and the thinking that went in to so much of the work that the 3x3 did and that this board directed the board previously to do. The current MOU before you removed critical protections and clarifications about the limited role of law enforcement on campuses where there is only a clear and present danger or where all other interventions have failed. Also removed is an agreement to undertake a quarterly review of this pilot program to determine the model's effectiveness, especially with a special eye and care for students who continue to be overrepresented in the criminal system. Finally, the cost cannot be borne by this
Thank you. Your
board.
time is up. Last, we have Scott Kincaid.
Good evening, board. Thank you for your time this evening, taking it all the way to potentially midnight. I've been supporting SROs for far longer than the 13 months that you speak of, because we started right after the incident at Montgomery High School, trying to get SROs back on campus. That was nearly 2 years ago. This board has not taken action. This board has delayed action for far too long. The MOU in front of you is clear. It allows for a program to start. It allows for changes and modifications to be made. There's a termination clause for terminating it within 30 days. I'm pretty sure you have the controls in place to move this forward. What has been discussed tonight is nothing more than continued delays. The discussion, if you want to call it that, at the dais tonight between the superintendent and other board members is lip service, absolute lip service. Well, we'll see if it's board wants to bring it back, and we'll see if, yeah, they want to bring it back. They want to make a decision. It has been worked on far too long. Make a decision, implement the SROs. And let's see how the program works as a comprehensive safety plan. We have all the other components in place. We're missing the SROs. Thanks to SRTA for sticking through it with us. And CSEA is going to have members that are active on this.
Thank you. Your
team
time is
and
up.
Need fair.
All right, I have no other blue cards, so this comes back to board discussion. Trustee Medina, I cut you off earlier. You were talking about training for SROs.
Yeah, so what I highlighted in that email was the issue of training seemed to be the biggest issue of lack of agreement. And basically the idea that I think the original language was that officers could receive SRO training like as soon as potentially available, meaning that they could be placed on our campus without that SRO training. The idea that they wouldn't have SRO training would just make them a cop on campus. It wouldn't be an SRO. And so I think understanding that is critical. And I don't think this board should support any program that doesn't allow for proper training. I think, Trustee La Cruz and Ms. Arizon brought up important issues right now that I think are important to consider. And that's what we're dealing with in terms of this administration. Today, I had my mom tell me that she was afraid. And my mom's a naturalized citizen. I mean, to not understand the impact of what's going on right now and what will happen, I think the other big thing, the pardon of over 1,500 people, I think it's going to embolden a lot of people to, I mean, in all honesty, just be racist and act upon the spirit's feeling that it's okay to get away with it. And I think that's going to have tremendous impact in our communities. And again, going back to our safe haven policies, I think our schools need to be a safe place. Earlier, I didn't get to talk about my intro, but I think it's important to know that my motivation to rerun to serve on a board was after the murder of Andy Lopez by a Sonoma County Sheriff deputy. I mean, me serving here is about ensuring that this voice is heard. I understand that I'm a minority voice in this discussion, but I will make my voice heard. And because it's not just me, this is the voice of many other students and young individuals and young men of color that have dealt with these situations, that don't feel safe around someone in law enforcement. And that's just the reality. And I think our schools need to be a place where they are safe. And so I do get upset when people always seem to blame me for this, because I definitely oppose this. The 3x3 is 3 of ours, three in the city. And I saw no leadership from anyone in the city to set up a follow-up meeting. No, I was the only one that attempted it. So I just want that to be clear. I didn't hear from anybody. I struggled when we transitioned to a new superintendent, because there was a lot of new things to take care of. And so I didn't, in the role of president, I didn't put that on her. I finally waited till she was able to meet our city manager, and then I tried to set up a meeting, but it didn't happen. And so I say that to say, people could blame me all you want, but this involves a lot more people than just me. So I think if you're going to target me, also reach out to those city leaders for not taking any action or leadership to set up a meeting.
Please stop interrupting. The time for public comment has passed. This is a board discussion now.
So I just wanted to share that, folks. Like I said, I truly value democracy. It's critically important for people's voices to be heard. including mine and the people that I have chosen to represent, people that have dealt with my experience. But I will always respect the will of this board. And that's why I made sure to continue that message, because I know it was the will of this board to bring that forward. But I think it's also critically important that this voice is part of the conversation. So that's why I appreciate continuing to be part of the 3x3. Because originally when the ad hoc was created, the police union emailed our board president at the time to make sure that I was not part of that ad hoc committee when I had requested it. And so it's important that you all have that background.
I want to focus us on the purpose of giving direction to the 3x3 on what revisions we want to see. Trustee Medina brought up the training issue, so I'm wondering first if there are responses to that. Trustee Kirby?
Yes, just to follow up on that, there seems to be, I guess, a misunderstanding about the training of SROs. They aren't just taking officers off the street and putting them on our campuses. I sent all of, Superintendent Morales sent all of you a copy of the SRO PowerPoint presentation from back that they presented here to the board back in October 14th of 2020. Just to highlight a few of the things, the SRO selection process is a full-time assignment applied for within the department. They're chosen through a testing process. The evaluation and selection considerations are oral board score and performance evaluations on the job, personnel file review, prior experience coming into the assignment, desire to work with youth and proper temperament. Candidates and college degrees are given greater consideration. Then there's a whole slide of all the training that they do specific to SROs. This is all based on the basic resource officer school, the NASRO, and behavioral threat assessment to students. Social media investigations, they learn how to do child forensic interview training, National School Safety Conference, GREAT, Instructor School, Active Shooter, School Safety, Tobacco Education, Education Schools, PAL, Grooming Standards. There's a whole list of training that they go through prior to showing up on our campuses. So, I mean, that's specific to the training part of it. I don't know. Anyway, that's my comment right there on the training.
Can I clarify?
Is it a direct response?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I think exactly all that additional training specific to SROs is issue that would need to be done. I think what was expressed is that it potentially couldn't be done in time. They're only able to send maybe a couple people. And so to me, what I think it's important for this board to ensure that we say, yes, before you put an officer on our campus, they need to have this additional training that's specific to SROs. Because again, if they don't have that SRO training, then they're just a cop on campus. And that's the point that I'm making.
Trustee De La Torre?
So just for clarification, my understanding of that conversation in the 3x3 was timing. Timing was the essence. If we wanted to have an SRO program that school year, there may not have been time for the additional training SRPD now goes through, which is in addition to what was on the 2020 documentation from that ad hoc. That we are talking about if we want an SRO the following school year, there might not have been time to do the training. Nobody from the other side said that they did not want to do the training or agree to the training. It was a specific time and issue, as there may not be time to do that extended training prior to that school year. So nobody was in disagreement that the training shouldn't happen. It was a timing, and I need this board to hear that clarification.
Trustee Jenkins and then Trustee Manieri.
And that is exactly why we need to meet as soon as possible to get this agendized, to push things along because of the timing and the training. It does take some time to get the officers through all of this training. So the longer we drag our feet on making an actual decision, the longer these kids are going to be in this situation. I do want to point out, like on a personal basis for myself, the last loaded gun was in the locker directly across from my son's, my child. Okay. And I have personal experience with losing a friend when I was in 8th grade by gun violence. So this is extremely near and dear to my heart, not to mention the increase of ghost guns in the community and the thousands of calls that SRPD is responding to on campuses regularly.
Trustee Manieri?
Thank you. I came prepared to this conversation with a Word document kind of going through sections of the MOU that I think still need some work. So I'm happy to send this over to Dr. Morales to share with a 3x3 because it's a lot. So I'm just kind of going to go through it so that it's out in the open for the public to know. So the first one, and I have 5 points. Number 1, while the MOU mentions addressing disproportionality, it lacks specific measures or accountability frameworks to track and mitigate disproportionate impacts on students of color. There is also limited mention of how to avoid reinforcing stereotypes about students of color. For example, through profiling or selective surveillance. That is the limited mention of that is very concerning. So my suggestions, what I would like to see in this MOU is the inclusion of more robust oversight mechanisms, such as independent evaluations and mandatory reporting of all SRO student interactions, disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. Also, the integration of a structured feedback loop, like a stakeholder committee that gives students, families, and advocates, particularly from marginalized communities, a formal role in shaping the program and to review and provide feedback on the SRO's program's implementation, focusing on minimizing fear and protecting vulnerable populations. Number 2, the MOU discusses restorative justice, but does not outline clear processes or metrics for ensuring its consistent application. I would like to see clearly defined restorative justice methods and also require that SRO involvement be contingent on documented failure of these methods. So really, we need our adults in our system, they need to be able to clearly demonstrate that they have exhausted all other options. I also don't see any mention of in response in this MOU, and I know that in response is a city service and our law enforcement works very closely with them. I would like to see that added as an intervention to be taken before law enforcement intervention. We do have the MOU with the suggestions by the 3x3 members. It does say that the parties agree that law enforcement activity against a student is a last resort after all other interventions have been exhausted. But I would like for documentation to be a requirement, not just an agreement that we find this to be true. Number 3, around the selection of an SRO, I would like for this section to include not just one district representative on the advisory panel. I'd like to see there be room for student voice and parent representation from existing groups like DLAC or maybe some of our existing student groups on our different high school campuses. Number 4, the MOU does not explicitly state that all training must be completed before SROs are placed on campus. It only outlines the topics and indicates that the training will be determined jointly by SRCS and SRPD. Due to this lack of clarity, I would like for this MOU to clearly state that all training must be completed prior to deployment on campus. I hear what you said, Trustee De La Torre, and I'm hoping that we can kind of figure out how to figure this out, but I really do agree that we need to clearly have this laid out, that training is going to happen before deployment on campus with ongoing professional development occurring afterward. And then number 5, sorry, I lied, I have 6. Number 5, right now we are starting to hear a lot of fear and mistrust of law enforcement because we are seeing how the new federal administration is planning on targeting non-citizens and our immigrant community. So while the MOU aims to rebuild trust, it says that, it does not address how the physical presence of uniformed armed officers might deter students from immigrant families from engaging fully in school life. So what I would like to see to address this is I'd like to see language explicitly prohibiting SROs from inquiring about or sharing students' immigration status to reduce fear among immigrant families.
I'd like to see strengthened protections for student records by clearly stating that SROs may not access information related to immigration status under any circumstances. I'd like to see reassurance that they will comply with FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and state privacy laws to protect sensitive student information. And I'd also like to see a provision that any information shared with law enforcement is strictly limited to what is required by law with no voluntary disclosures to immigration authorities. And lastly, number 6, the clause allowing for the carrying and use of firearms and use of physical restraint could be very triggering for marginalized students and their families. And so I would like to see that SROs, I'd like for us to consider, I know this might be kind of a larger discussion, but for us to consider that SROs remain in plain clothes and avoid carrying firearms during routine school activities to reduce the perceived threat. Those are my 6 points, and I'm happy to share them with whoever needs to have them.
Trustee Caston and then Trustee De La Torre.
I have questions specifically on the training, and I have broader comments, but I'll stick with the training for this moment because of the direction we're going with the conversation. In the MOU from the working group, there are several required trainings identified, including crisis intervention training, which from my work, I'm familiar with the de-escalation, implicit bias, harm reduction. There's also listed trainings that are required around interaction, inclusion, and equity. And all of these are shall and must language in the MOU. I'm trying to understand, and I'm thinking about this in the reverse direction. If someone was giving us an MOU that was requiring us to go to one of our union bargaining units and say that we're executing an MOU and it's impacting all these trainings that we're now required to implement, and then that they'd have to go back and renegotiate the entire labor bargaining unit relationship in, around the timing and the execution and all those. And I can already imagine Catherine coming in here if we signed off on an agreement that was requiring SRTA to meet all of these deadlines before teachers could do it because we signed an MOU with another body. And so I'm just trying to understand if we're at the place where we're saying all of these are required trainings and we're setting an MOU and an agreement that in good faith we're intending to execute together, where the difference is going to come in between the structure of the MOU and our working partnership with the department. It just seems like we're trying to solve a bunch of theoretical things here that are going to trigger a lot of labor negotiation issues between two government entities trying to work together. And so I'm just trying to understand the philosophy of why this will and shall language isn't getting us where we need to be.
Can I add? I think on all these trainings, there's been agreement. You know, Chief is okay. I don't think they have any issues with their union on it. The only issue, and it's the only part highlighted in section 7 of the training, is on item 7A, where if you'll see in bold, the difference is they have as soon as practicable upon appointment. And that's the disagreement. Like, again, if you're going to be on campus, have the training. Without the training, you're not an SRO. That's the point that I'm making. So, but on all the other part, there's been agreement in terms of all those trainings.
I do want to say for myself, the training is a top priority for me. I would rather have our SROs fully trained and have them not there on the first day of school than have them there on the first day not fully trained. I'm only one vote. That's my stance. Yes, Trustee Manieri.
I mean, I also want to add that there's no funding for this yet. It's going to take time to figure that out. And so to your point, Trustee Caston, if we're negotiating in good faith and doing this in good faith, I would hope that that SRPD can begin to to offer training and to get a pool of candidates trained or their folks trained, because it's just going to take time. Even if this MOU were approved tonight. Like, we would still have to figure out the funding piece of it. And so I'm hoping that time can be used wisely. And if we're negotiating in good faith, I hope that they're also coming into this with good faith and training their staff to be ready for when we have the funding.
I think Trustee Jenkins has been waiting.
Thanks. I wanted to just put is this my time for a request? Yes. I think that it would be extremely beneficial if we requested someone from the police department, whether that be Chief Cregan or Sergeant Crosby, to field some of these questions from the board if it gets to that, if we need additional time. I also want to just put it out there that this conversation started at, I don't know, 10 to 11. And unfortunately, the people that we had here earlier was a bigger crowd than, by a little bit, not by much, maybe not bigger than our SRO crowd that had been here in December of 23 and that entire 23, yes, and that entire year. And I think that we owe it to the community to be able to have this discussion in front of more of them at a time that doesn't start right after our normal meeting would end. So I do request that, after we get this 3x3 meeting on the books and hopefully done, that we bring it back for a discussion with the public at a time where they can actually participate too.
Can I respond to that really quickly? I mean, this will be brought back for action, and so there will be public comment time then. So regardless, it will come back for the public to comment on.
I'm going to go to Trustee Kirby, De La Torre, Medina.
So again, just some of the training, it's my understanding, some of the training that we're requiring the SROs to obtain is only available once a year, some of the class. So again, operating in good faith, like Director Castum was suggesting, there's going to have to be some kind of compromise that, okay, you're 90% trained, you're missing this one class, maybe you can still be on the campus, depending on what the class is, I guess. But just know that some of the training that's available is only available once a year. Again, we need to get this done, to the funding, they can't go out and request funding until we actually have an MOU and an agreement in place that they go, okay, they're going to agree to allow us on campus. Now you can't go get funding for something that you haven't even been approved to participate in. So, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse, but we got to get the MOU done first before we can go find funding, or they can go find funding.
Thank you, Director Kirby. That's absolutely true. We're not going anywhere until an MOU is approved. So there cannot be good faith efforts. There cannot be good faith training until we approve an MOU and let the city know that as Santa Rosa City School Board, we may want an SRO program. This previous board voted on and approved an SRO pilot program to be implemented, and it's still stuck on an MOU. I really need to know where this discussion's going so that the next 3x3 meeting can actually get something actionable done and bring that back to both entities for a vote. Director Medina, you had expressed how you had reached out for another meeting. That reach out didn't happen until I asked for this MOU to be put on the agenda. So that email was not sent until I asked for this to get to that agenda this year. That has been 7 months since an MOU was drafted, and we're still nowhere near completing it. I do have a pushback on the restrictive language of SROs being the last resort after everything else isn't exhausted. My direction would be that an SRO is part of the entire restorative process. That is their point of being on the campus, not to wait till everything else is exhausted. We've not had an SRO program for over 5 years. We have had one death. We had had several children criminalized for behaviors on campus. Without an active MOU and an understanding of how these two agencies are going to work together and collaborate and keep our students and teachers and staff safe, then we are putting everybody at danger because we do not have that understanding of what we expect of them when they're on our campuses, how we would like them to operate. We can put all that language in an MOU to ensure they're protecting our students and our staff. And right now, without an approved MOU, they're operating as they're trained, and 911's called. It's a lot different than an SRO program. And it's not just trainings of the SROs that I want to talk about. It's training of our staff with SRCS. We are missing out on vital opportunities to train with SRPD on threat assessment, dangerous situations, active shooting drills, even something as important as the every 15 minutes, which we no longer apply on our campuses within this district. We just lost 2 lives in our community under the age of 23. And we haven't had an every 15-minute program here for, I can't even remember the last time. But as part of a relationship with an MOU that we can create those types of trainings to provide collaborative efforts on how to keep each other safe, how to collaborate and work together. So we got to find the right language that lets everybody do what they are good at doing and collaborate and work together. So we need some kind of direction. This can go on for 3 hours to have the discussion. What do we need for that 3x3 to work on so that something actionable can actually come back to this board and to the city's board?
My turn. A lot of things to comment on here. First off, Trustee Kirby, the issue on waiting for funding. I mean, it's important to recognize that prior to our board having this decision, the city cut off the funding. They used to fund it with Measure Rho, which is now Measure H funding. And if the city wanted to have people ready, I mean, they could decide to fund training for these officers. I mean, it won't hurt to have extra training. So if they're serious about having this done and being ready to go upon the passage of an MOU, they could be funding officers to get that training now and be ready and have a plethora of officers with the training. And I think it's training that would benefit them in the big picture in terms of interaction with our students and our youth and our community in general. But with that said, I think in response to you, Trustee La Torre, in terms of my message, I didn't know about whatever. I didn't know about whatever request you made. The follow-up meeting that I requested was back, sometime last year. So this recent email was between our last 2 meetings and unaware of your request. I think it's important to acknowledge in terms of this, in terms of suggestions. There's the section on collecting demographic data, which I think Trustee Manietti brought up. One of the things that we want to make sure, and this goes to the other section on quarterly review, because this is a pilot program. So we want to review and assess if it's working. So that's why that additional bold section is in there. But demographic data is important. Part of the issue that we wanted to address from the ad hoc committee was who is being impacted. Are BIPOC students being disproportionately impacted by having officers on campus? We had no data, nothing about data. So in terms of assessing a program, whether it works, that's why this additional item is there. And we would hope that the city and SRPD could agree to collect that, because I'm sure they have an interest in ensuring that they're not disproportionately targeting our students. I think the other issue, aside from the quarterly review, is that complaint system. We need to make sure that we have a complaint system that's anonymous, right? We need to be able to have people trust and be able to complain without feeling the fear of retribution. And I think that's something that was also listed in there that we needed to add. And I think in terms of the training of our staff, I think that's something critical. But I think this idea of what the role is and the limitations on the role is critically important, because another one of the big issues that the ad hoc committee identified is that our staff were overusing SROs in situations that they shouldn't have, that they were situations where staff should have been the ones dealing with those discipline or whatever issues, and they were over-relying on the SROs. So it was about clearly distinguishing these roles, and that's why it's critically important for us to invest in training our staff as well. I think, again, these are issues that, we spent months and months with an ad hoc committee reviewing and that were highlighted and that need to be addressed, and this MOU attempts to address them. And I think some of these highlighted portions in there are to address that. And so in terms of moving forward, I think that is the ask. Seeing what's highlighted in this section as a board, are there some of those items that you disagree on? And I think maybe we could do some sort of like collective straw polling or whatever to figure out any of that. But I think these are the important issues that are being brought up. And again, it's honoring the work of the ad hoc committee, bringing that stuff forward. So I'll leave it there.
So we have about 20 minutes left, and I like the idea of a straw poll. I want us to be able to give direction on at least a couple things. The two items that I'm hearing disagreement on are the timeline for training and SROs being a last resource. Are there any other items of disagreement that we would need a straw poll on? Trustee Caston?
I'm concerned about the either or situation of a straw poll in those because we're looking at the MOU, so the contractual basis to be in a program that's going to be developed through collaboration with a department that is going to involve a lot of additional things that happen on top of and above this. A lot of the things I'm hearing that I absolutely agree with as being a part of the program, I find very challenging to have contractually bound into the MOU. And a part of this is also who we're working with. And, you know, if we talk on a national level, school resource officer programs are something I have very deep concerns about and would not be in general inclined to support. In Santa Rosa, in 2004, they passed, as a city, we passed additional funding to specifically start moving towards neighborhood policing models. And at that time, it was called gang intervention. And that has evolved over 2 decades to move to violence prevention and programs that have integrated the police to be at the lead on statewide reforms around these. We have a police chief who used to serve, or may even still serve, on the NAMI board before he became chief and helped create the In Response program. And there's a lot of innovation in a direction that I strongly support law enforcement moving in that's happening with this particular department. That gives me faith in our ability to have a collaborative relationship for our specific program. And I worry when we say things, SROs can't get involved until after all these other things happen, because a big part of that neighborhood and community police concept is building relationships when you're not in an enforcement position. And it would be inadvertently be adding language that would prevent the very type of preventative, upstream, non-enforcement interactions that are what this is supposed to create, and it to actually become an enforcement-only program. So for me, saying yes or no on the straw poll items is, it doesn't work because of the collaborative process that starts after we actually agree on the MOU. And that's where my concern is about doing it that way.
I hear you. I think a straw poll is not necessarily what I want. I think I want us to go down the line and have each trustee share briefly where they stand on those two issues so that the 3x3 knows where the board stands and can take that forward and consider it. We know they may not be able to accomplish everything, but I want the 3x3 to know how the entire board feels on those two issues, which seem like our areas of disagreement.
Just a quick point of order, kind of. Since one of our members left the 3x3, who is going to make up the 3x3?
Trustee
Are you on
Jenkins.
that? Okay, I missed that part somewhere. Okay, thanks.
worries.
Sorry.
Again, it was timeline for the training and what else?
So timeline for the training and whether or not SROs should be a last resort. So we're low on time. Could we go
I'll
down?
go first.
Trustee Medina?
I think they need to have the training before they're on our campuses so that they're actual SROs. And in terms of last source of intervention, I think, again, we've worked so hard to develop so many interventions that the SRO should be the last point of intervention in the situations that are required based on law.
Trustee Kirby?
Okay, yeah, I do not think that they have to be the last to be called, the last part of intervention, that they can be a part of it as, you know, as the training, as the MOU lines out, that they don't have to be the absolute last line of defense, so to speak. And then as far as the training, I would say I would like to see something in there basically stating that they either need to be, I don't know what the proper percentage is, let's say 90% trained and or scheduled for training for the rest of their training before they're allowed on campus.
President McNally, before we continue, could I just read that portion so that everybody just clearly hears the language that we're talking about?
Sure, go ahead.
The language is, the parties agree that SRO involvement is limited to situations where there is a clear and present danger or where the superintendent or her designee has determined that other interventions have failed. So that's the specific language that we understand.
Trustee Jenkins?
With the training, I think there's nuance. I agree that there should be as much as possible done, but I also understand that there are time constraints of training in general. I do like the idea of making sure everything is at least scheduled if it hasn't been completed, and there should be a certain percentage that's already done, if not all of it, ideally. And then as far as the last resort, thank you for rereading that. I mean, they're good. I see SROs as a big part of the school community, a big part of the community in general. So yes, last resort on a huge situation, but the SROs are going to be interacting with the entire school community on a very regular basis, and I don't think that our wording should hinder that.
Trustee Manieri?
I agree with all the suggestions in the MOU, with the suggestions by members of the 3x3, that version of the MOU that we're looking at. So yes, that includes, I agree with training beforehand, and also the last resort language. I really think that version of the MOU, the one with the suggestions by members of the 3x3, is the floor. And I would like for my other points to be considered.
I agree with that language on both counts as well. Trustee De La Torre?
My thoughts on the training, and you know, this is why we need to approve the MOU so quickly, is yes, I would like any SRO to be fully trained with any additional SRO training that is available. But if this MOU is approved sooner than later, then that puts the ball in SRPD's court to ensure that training can get scheduled and take place. So like we've all agreed upon, we don't have funding for this. The city doesn't have funding for this. But if we can approve an MOU, we can then have an agreement on how we're going to collaborate and work together. So I like the nuance of fully trained or scheduled to train. And the sooner we approve this, the sooner they can get the ball rolling on their training. As far as the last resort, the way I read it is very restrictive, that we are not going to call on an SRO until all other avenues have been exhausted. And unfortunately, we have not seen that all avenues are being used and enacted appropriately and quickly enough that I think an SRU is part of the entire process and part of the restorative process. It is a team approach to get to the hurts on this child's heart on what is happening. And as a collaborative effort for everybody to help this child get to where they need to be for their safety and the safety of others. So I do not agree with them being put in this document as a last resort.
Trustee Caston?
On the training, on training, I do like the potential for language. I would say that the trainings that have been completed or is scheduled. I think we need to be cognizant of just how trainings get scheduled and the timing and make this operational. With that said, to get through the testing for special assignment within the police department, I'm familiar with that from my previous role on their oversight committee. And it's not like you can't get through that testing without having done a lot of the concepts that are in here as far as training goes. So I'd like the committee to consider nuance that reassures us in the community that they are going to be well qualified, but doesn't create a bureaucratic burden for being able to implement the program. I think the biggest value to SROs are when they're not enforcing. So any limitation that could be interpreted to eliminate the ability for them to be a part of the campus community, to be mentors, honestly, there's a lot of six-figure, really good paying jobs that are paid for by our city that I would love to see us actually growing the next crop of Santa Rosa police officers through that inspiration. And we just had a presentation on CTE, like how can we have this also be something that benefits having those jobs go to people that live in our community and are currently our students to improve policing throughout Santa Rosa. So anything that restricts the ability for those interactions, those mentorships, those relationships, I would not support going into the document. Really quick on ICE, they were one of the first departments to sign on to the local accountability, the local law enforcement letter, restating their commitment to all the laws that restrict collaboration with ICE. Chief Cregan co-signed with a majority of this board, the LOCN letter, recommitting to all of those things just weeks ago, or I guess months ago now. And so all of those concerns we should be very cognizant of and realize that we're working with an MOU with a organization that has joined us as leaders already and preemptively signaling that they agree with us on this and that there shouldn't be collaboration with ICE. So, with all of that said, speed is of the essence. I would be happy with this MOU because I believe that a lot of things we're talking about are going to happen once we get to actually implementing and collaborating on this.
I see you, Trustee Medina. We have 10 minutes left.
I know.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's important for folks to understand, again, this last resort, what section it's under. It's under the discipline, right? And I'll read the part that went before it. That SRCS and SROs will utilize the following graduated response model, which provides the progression of consequences for continued minor student misconduct. As such, students in need receive appropriate redirection and support from in-school and community resources prior to the consideration of SRO involvement or court referral. And this is when we go into again, limiting SRO involvement to a clear and present danger, or when the superintendent and her designee determine that the others have failed. And I think it's important to understand that most likely the designee for each campus would be the principal, right? So if the principal is saying, hey, we need your help, it would allow for that. But again, it's really understanding that the intent is to try to avoid interaction with law enforcement in the context of discipline. This doesn't limit them from interacting in other ways and in positive ways on campus. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for the respectful discussion. I believe Dr. Morales has been taking notes.
Yes.
Will you be able to give those notes to the 3x3?
I will type them up.
All right. I do think we need to move on with the agenda. So next we have resolution number 2024-25-37, early tell incentive for classified employees.
Okay, I will do this as fast as I can. So I want to present to you, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, and members of the board and the public, a resolution for an early tell incentive for our classified employees as we move to the time when we will be doing layoffs. We'd like to encourage employees that are thinking about retiring or resigning at the end of the school year to give us their notice as soon as possible. So we'd like to give an early tell bonus of $1,000 for those that inform us by January 31st, a bonus of $750 for those that inform us by February 15th, and a $500 bonus for those that inform us by February 28th. This is for classified employees. They would still be required to finish out their contract year, so they would not be able to leave until the end of their contract year, which would be no later than June 30th and no earlier than their last contract day. And it would be an irrevocable letter of retirement or resignation. So we're asking for your approval on this resolution.
Trustee Medina?
Move to approve resolution 2024/25-37 on early tell incentive for classified employees as presented.
Moved by Trustee Medina, seconded by Trustee Caston. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Is there any
Trustee Medina.
public comment?
I have no blue cards.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby. Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to resolution number 2024-25-38.
Can we waive the presentation?
Yes,
Thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
no blue cards.
I move approval as presented.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Caston, seconded by Trustee Medina.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Seeking,
Point privilege on the net consent items. I also need to pull G8 because I'm not voting for it.
we can't pull items after adjustments to the agenda.
Before we have that discussion, can we go to G9 since we have legal requirements around it and take it up for a vote? And then we can have the discussion about whether or not we can pull G8.
Sure, let's go to G9.
So again, I pulled it. This is the same issue on the minimum wage as before. Again, I'd like to move to amend the 1650 to be 1787 to be equivalent to the city of Santa Rosa.
Point of order, and I'd like to object to that as it is posted in notice stating that any adjustments to it would require is going to be done through a process that's in the Brown Act published agenda stating that it'll be done through subcommittee. And so I believe the motion's not in order, and I'd like to then move to a motion on what's presented in the agenda.
I would disagree. It's posted. We could make an amendment on what's posted.
My concern with the amendment is our relationship with our CSEA partners, who we have promised that we won't give any other raises until we've settled with them. I'd like to revisit this as soon as we've settled with them.
I think they've consistently made the point, about being the least paid workers. And I think this is an example of lower paid workers. And I think they would be supportive, I would hope, of nobody getting paid less than the local minimum wage. So I'll continue my motion. If nobody seconds it, then obviously nothing happens.
I want to second the motion, but I'm very confused about what's going on parliamentary wise.
So we have two motions and no seconds.
Mine wasn't,
Suggestion?
I was just saying that I believe because it's notice saying that there's a process specifically to do what Trustee Medina is wanting us to do now, that we've noticed the public that that's going to happen. And if we don't take this action, we're not going to be in compliance with state law, which is why I don't believe it's in order. And if we don't have a second, then we can just move to the motion to actually get the 1650, and we only got 2 minutes. So
Lisa August has information about the legalities of things. Go ahead.
No, I was actually just concerned that we weren't going to get to the consent item, but the reason, if it helps, the reason for the compliance we have to pay the minimum wage regardless. Our employees will receive at least the state minimum wage. The issue is that two things. One, the, for stirs and PERS and things, we have to have a board, we should have a board approved salary schedule that matches what we're paying, as well as we realized that there was confusion related to the way something was worded and there was contradictory information. So we are asking for approval so we can clarify that because people were paid at the wrong rate based on that in the past.
Is there a second to either trustee Medina or trustee Caston's motion? Trustee Kirby? To approve it as is.
I second that motion, yes.
There's no public comment. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
No.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes.
I move approval of the consent agenda items 1 through 14 minus item 9.
Objection. I need a full G8 because I can't object. to
Also
consent.
minus G8, so we can just get to these things passed. So I'll move approval of the entire consent agenda 1 through 14 minus 8 and 9.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. We have,
On G8, you want me to go? I don't think that this is a service that we need. I think from looking at what this service does, it's really, the news that we have is primarily local and regional. And it seems like this would allow us to monitor news like throughout the world. And I think the cost of it for what we need, I think is excessive. And I think what it accomplishes, we could do by just setting up some simple Google alerts on news, on our district, on our schools locally, that would help us identify articles within the local area or throughout the country. This basically seems to me like we're paying a lot of money to have some service that tells us when we're in the news. And I think it's overpriced for the little news that we get
it is
within our region.
11:50. So I believe we'll have to push that to our next meeting. Meeting adjourned.